in high variance. Well, each and every order is a tailor-made one. Well, people want, for example, the air conditioning to be like this in another way. So, at every stage of the manufacturing, it makes use of the RTLS infrastructure. With this planning, we have been able to overcome any errors. For example, if there's a plan in place, and according to that plan, if certain things should be done, if the vehicle does not operate according to the plan, then a warning is sent. This is our project that is promising in terms of becoming global. I used to work in the automotive sector, so I know how much error-prone the end-of-line processes could be. It could be also used for distribution processes. We have the distribution vehicles, cold chain monitoring. The system controls everything. In Carrefour, there is no one working on this in the operation. SAP does an optimization of the route, so we get the orders. SAP tells us where it should go, and the route planning software tells us which package should go where, to which truck, tells us the time. The product is fish, so it should be 0 degrees. The systems communicate with one another, so the systems are monitored. When there is a minor delay, the system sends an automatic message to the operator. So this is an end-to-end logistic 4.0 practice. As for the cold chain monitoring, there's Les Safre, or in terms of social distance, we have the Energisa example. We made use of 4 IoT gateways. And as for telecom, we have business partners. Trio Mobile offers end-to-end solutions to telecom companies. Let me now give you information about the project in BSH. BSH has 38 factories worldwide, and the factory in Cherkezköy is the largest. It has a annual capacity of 6.2 million units of production. So it's difficult to monitor everything. Forklifts should be used in a safer manner in such a busy plant. Many solutions were tried, were used, and our solution, the solution offered by Trio Mobile, was found to be the best to solve their problems. Now, let me give you information about the solution. We have the smart gateway devices on each and every forklift, which means 250 forklifts. When the corridor is a narrow one or where there's a junction, these are considered as risk areas, and antennas were installed in those places. An area of 220,000 square meters is covered. We have been able to eliminate most of the problems. After we started to implement this system, people started to make use of it, really like the system, so they no longer want to use any forklifts if the forklift is not equipped with that system. Now, with Anadolu Institute, we have another project, another smart project. It's an award-winning project. It's a very important manufacturing facility for Turkey with a capacity of 19,000. So by going digital, they have taken a very serious initiative. Yeah, everything's automatic, so they monitor whether everything is done automatically. These are very important in terms of reduction of carbon footprint and also reduction of the risks caused by forklifts. There's also an alternative system in place, so the needs are fulfilled within a short period of time. Well, Trio Mobile IoT platform offers solutions through one partner only, but under normal circumstances, this would require 5 or 6 different partners. What did we do? We established the RTLS infrastructure in the factory, in the plant. We used devices, tailor-made devices. These do have magnets on them, so they could be installed on the device through this magnet. So the monitoring is done through both UWB and GPS devices. Thanks to the infrastructure, we can still follow them in the parking area. We had SOS button trackers also available. The barcode reading or barcode scanning devices and manual processes have been put aside. This is a success story. This system also prevents inefficient operation of conditioning systems. Thanks to the digital twin, everything could be monitored real time without walking in the facility. You can monitor everything through the software. The forklift-based accident risks were minimized, and this also offers an extra safety measure for staff working alone. The Trio Mobile IoT platform was commissioned within a very short period of time. The project received also the IDC CIO award. Thank you very much for your participation. Distinguished spectators, dear participants, and distinguished sponsors, welcome to WIN-EURASIA Hybrid. We'll talk during this session about digital transformations, IoT, AI, and supply chain. Welcome, everyone. Turkish manufacturing industry, is it ready for the $7 trillion global market? IoT, AI will contribute to the world economy in terms of $7 trillion on the manufacturing side. Are you ready for this process? Let's talk about IoT, AI, and supply chain and digitalization. I would like to invite our guests, Tolga Yanaşık, founder of Digitalis, founder of EventGates, Kerem Öztürk, and founder of Sade Labs, Mehmet İlem, are kindly invited to the stage. Tolga Bey, Eren Bey, Mehmet Bey, welcome. Thank you. I'd like to welcome our panelists again. We'll talk about data today, and I have brought some statistics with me and data with me. We'll talk about IoT. We have Mehmet Bey, who is representing IoT from Sade Labs. AI is represented by Kerem Bey from EventGates, and the supply chain processes are represented by Digitalis company, Tolga Yanaşık. Let me start this conversation round. I have brought with me a report of McKinsey. They say that by 2025, the contribution of IoT to world economy will be $11.1 trillion and 1.2 and 3.7 trillion of this value added will take place on the manufacturing side. And the IoT market will be $1.1 trillion worth as of 2021. I'll start with IoT. It will be a warming round. Please introduce yourselves in this first round. Mehmet, let's start with you. Thank you very much, Murat Bey. Thank you for the invitation. Today is November the 10th, and we are commemorating the founder of the Turkish Republic. My name is Mehmet İlem. I'm a founder of Sade Labs. We reorganized Sade Labs in 2016, which was established in the 2000s. Well, what are we doing? We are developing IoT platforms for software and hardware. They can be used by different industries and units for different purposes. It is independent from the industry and independent from the application area. We are developing infrastructure, and we can adapt to various needs. And 5 to 6 years ago, there weren't that many technology companies here. Now we're very agile. We are addressing, appealing to the entire industry, range of industry. Yes, for sure. IoT is on the agenda. It's quite a trendy topic. And I'll continue with Kerem Bey. Let us introduce yourself. Thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Kerem Öztürk. I am the founder of EventGates. We are working with camera images, and they're being interpreted by AI like a person, but it's done in a highly capable manner. And we are trying to prevent accidents, or make sure that the equipment is safe, and we also work on quality, and we're trying to prevent waste and defects during production. We'll talk about AI with you, and it's one of the future technologies. It can be interpreted in various ways, but we'll talk about the manufacturing aspect of AI, because when I look at the data at hand, there are tremendous developments. Let's go on with Tolga Bey. My name is Tolga Yanaşık. I am the founder of Digitalis. Thank you for the invitation. What are we doing? Well, as was mentioned by my colleagues, we're working on IoT and sensors, and they're collecting data from various operations through IoT. And what we're doing with this data is make sense of it. And we're trying to look at the future, what kind of steps do companies have to take, how to optimize their processes, and to come up with a roadmap. So we're working on digital twins, and this is our specialization. So you'll talk about digitization in the supply chain today. It is an important subject matter.
we talk about digitization of manufacturing, but we need a system to for all of those to interact with one another, especially during the pandemic. SMEs and the supply chain, they need to communicate with one another. I'll start with IoT and later. McKinsey says by 2025, 13 billion industrial equipment devices will communicate with one another, and 40% of this will take place in China. The same report says that IoT will have $11.1 trillion of the entire ecosystem. So IoT is a favorite subject matter. When we talk about global factories and tech factories, what's the share of IoT there and what's the current situation? Let's analyze the current situation. You have 7 minutes time. Thank you very much. IoT is quite advantageous. When we say IoT, we used to mean something else in the past, but IoT is an infrastructure, and on the IoT infrastructure, you have vertical lines. When it comes to reporting, we are laughing at these reports, let's say, because they talk about the next 3 to 5 years and come up with forecasts. Some of them are realistic, some of those are less realistic. So it depends on, it's quite complex. It's not clear. I mean, they talk about smartphones and smart home assistants, etc. IoT addresses an entire infrastructure. It depends on what we will include in it, but we are at an advantageous position. In an IoT platform, if you're developing an IoT platform for software and hardware, we have quite an advantage during the pandemic as well. It's not a good thing to have a pandemic, of course, but dealing with this business during the pandemic was quite positive because based on our previous experience, we tried to meet current needs. The pandemic showed us that digitization is a great need everywhere because sometimes it was considered as luxury. You could do business as usual, but if you have this infrastructure, it will provide you value added, and it is a must in some areas. So China has a big market share, large market share. You don't need to be an oracle to know that, because we don't have the past China anymore. We have a very well equipped infrastructure who invested tremendously in technology, machinery, infrastructure, and they're very quick when it comes to 5G, etc. These are all interrelated. So to make IoT bigger, you need network infrastructure, 5G, and we have to have a low latency when you do all of those. We have small data packages, but there are tens and hundreds of thousands of sensors that are distributed all over, and I joined Trillion Sensor Network activity 10 years ago abroad, and I asked the question, if you were going to have trillions of sensors, which network will they use? Because it was GPRS, it would, because it lacked IP and back then, and then we took, and hence the need of 5G to have a better latency, and it should consume very, very low power and have large data packages. We needed scattered networks back then, and coverage should exist everywhere for IoT to be good. So we were able to solve the issue by transferring data packages to the customer, the system. And the different varieties of IoT, of forklift, for example, if there is if a distance has to be kept for forklifts to avoid impact, or to bring two people closer to one another, or spare part shipment maybe. Let's think of those companies. We have a smart sensor for each package, and when was it loaded, where was the package loaded and unloaded, and how much time did it spend during transport, and was it checked accurately, and reporting, etc. Everything it can cover everything, so it has a comprehensive application area. We're lucky because we can add many things to it. What about the IT market in Turkey compared to the world? I mean, when you look at McKinsey data and previous reports, we don't have much data about Turkey, but we have many data from Europe for Europe. So where is the Turkish market now? Well, Turkey has an advantage, as in other cases. We have many multinationals here in Turkey, and they invest in technology. It's easy to invest in technology here, and the multinationals and companies here, they have many digitization projects going on, and they are not attached importance by other companies as they are here. They do first trials here, and then it's the basis for dissemination to other countries, let's say. But Turkey has progressed technologically significantly. We went to Dubai. We started traveling and came out of the pandemic recently. But I can say that other companies like ours, they're doing great business. It's not only about competing internationally. We're also pioneers in some regards. There's challenges that are faced by Turkish companies, and we're not able to become a global brand and disseminate this. Maybe we should do practice some self-criticism here, but we are also pioneering some activities, and we are trying to disseminate it first here and then in other places. IoT, it's not only a software platform. I mean, let's say you have a company in Finland or a facility in Finland, you work with a facility in Finland, you need a local partner in Finland because you have to install the device. In case of failure, someone should check it, and in order to have a sound operation, you have to have a local partner. The most important obstacle in front of expanding your business is physical availability, physical presence. How do we solve this problem? By having local partners, a network of local partners. And it doesn't mean that you will dominate the company once they've established a company. You have to come up with partners who are in this industry and to exist, to sustain yourselves. It's not a large market as to be mentioned in reports, as large as to be mentioned in reports, but we have a relatively smaller value, which creates a larger value in the end, I believe. So this is the second round. Now we'll talk about concrete examples. Now I'd like to leave the floor to Kerem Bey, who will talk about AI. For AI, it's quite a universal subject and very comprehensive, but PwC says that by 2030, AI will contribute $15.7 trillion to the world economy, and $4.7 trillion of this will take place in factories. $2.3 billion coming from the IoT markets, and including AI, will make $7 trillion contribution. So where will Turkey be in this whole chain? And as of 2020, the current AI market is $2 trillion worth, and $150 billion of this comes from the manufacturing industry. So let's go back to manufacturing and AI. I think we have less production given the total production, but how do we have to construe the Turkish AI market compared with the global market? What happens here in Turkey? Well, AI has to be looked at from two angles. I mean, we have a production hub on one hand, and the use of AI bears tremendous potential. And this is an introductory phase or a beginning phase for AI. Companies, they're trying to figure out how it works, how they can use it, and trying to find their way in this. But every year it will be used more. It will become more widespread, and it will be part of the day-to-day manufacturing business and process. It will be part of our day-to-day lives, but in the manufacturing process, it will become more so for machines, the process, and all the data collection that takes place in the manufacturing phase. Well, where are we in the market? We have to look at it from both aspect of users. Yes, at industrial level, we have reached a good point. And technologically speaking, we have made progress, and the industry is adapting very quickly. I think we're adapting more quickly to it than Europe. So we'll make use of AI opportunities more. But then we have the manufacturing aspect. There's supply demand in the market. The demand will grow on the supply side. I mean, it's not difficult to say we're in a good place when it comes to supply. Of course, they're trying to disseminate AI solutions, and many companies are adding AI solutions to their own business and processes. It's like a fashion everywhere, and they're trying to support software with AI solutions and software solutions with AI solutions. So there is a certain supply of AI. When we look at the production of AI, we can do it in a restricted way. Yes, we do not exist when it comes to hardware. IoT, maybe it's excluding IoT, we're not present there. In the production of standard hardware, we don't play a role. But when it comes to production of infrastructure, development of infrastructure, yes, we can't say we have a great level of manufacturing of AI there, but AI is based on data. We need to have informed mind data sets. And in the sense, we don't have a structured effort in Turkey, unfortunately, yet. We pay individual contributions or some institutional contributions, but we don't have our own national or central data sets when it comes to AI. So, and what is the solution? Right now, we don't have a strategy to disseminate it at the time being. We are on the verge of a new industrial revolution, and of course, we are the user of this industrial revolution. But can we become a manufacturer, a producer of this industrial revolution? And the cup is empty right now, unfortunately, when it comes to this point. Well, when you say data, you have 4 minutes, by the way. I will talk about data. We had this AI winter, and it happened in the 1960s. It has a history of 50 years, AI. It's not a new topic, but in the 1960s, we were trying to learn something from AI, but we understood that we couldn't learn anything from it and stopped all the efforts until the 1970s. Electronic cards came into practice and Industry 3.0, etc. In 1996, Gary Kasparov and IBM Deep Blue did a match, and then the rest is history. So, where lie the opportunities in AI? Can you tell us in 3 minutes? Well, based on my personal point of view, I can say that my impression is that AI takes place in various fields and sectors. What are the most important sectors are the developments in the machine learning, and we had algorithms, but in terms of the more data collection techniques we have, the more it will be utilized by the industry. Maybe we will see machine running more rapidly, and the language develops very quickly. It's outside my specialization area, but I think this will also improve. And then evidence-based learning as an algorithm, deep learning is an algorithm, which is important. It's based on virtual nerve networks, neural networks, and we had a standard algorithm previously. The algorithm will develop its own, make sense of its own algorithms and develop new algorithms. Really big data. I mean, we have millions, billions of data coming from the machines. They don't make sense, but there are megabytes, gigabytes that you collect every day, and if they have been collected in a raw form, there's certain megabytes, and we have 40, 50 per second. So images coming from a single camera, they have a really large size. So, and all data sets are not equal. To make sense of the data sets, you need to go beyond. You need further processes. So deep learning is important right now. Well, it provides value added, and it distinguishes you from others if you can do deep learning. So the more area makes progress, the more AI technologists who generate solutions outcomes will come into the market. And the second round will focus on concrete examples and industrial applications of AI. I would like to turn to Tolga Bey from Digitalis. IoT and AI, well, the two main technologies that used in your business processes. There is a striking report. According to ABI research, with the digitalization of supply chain processes between 2018 and 2020, an improvement of 1.5 to 1.9 billion US dollars took place at factory level.
Well, we may actually be misunderstanding it a little bit, but let's talk about it in 7 minutes. Well, what kind of contributions do AI and business intelligence have? Well, thank you very much. This is actually a striking figure that we see here. Well, especially, let's talk about what a supply chain necessarily means. And well, this is actually about delivering the product in the right place and in the right time with the right amount of cost. So in a way, you basically make use of all the functions to ensure that, and we want to make sure that these functions run in a coordinated manner. And from the viewpoint of a supply chain operator, what kind of improvements and how can we actually achieve these improvements? And what I'm trying to say here is that why can't we really find an improvement? And what kind of a problem was there that we needed an improvement for? So we see certain examples and scenarios with sales and marketing, for example, and this is basically the consumer-facing side of it. So in a way, these functions see whether or not sales will drop. So between marketing and sales functions, if there is no exchange between them, we see the following cases. For example, a certain sales transaction didn't really pull through, or a 20% drop is anticipated on the side of sales. But if it is not shared with the procurement department will base its actions on the former figures. But then this will happen. You procure, you purchase, but you cannot actually sell what you produce. And then this leads to an excess of raw materials and inventory stocks. Well, as factories, as plants cannot really distinguish it, in this case, more warehouses can be established. Also, in a way, this leads to wrong decisions, inaccurate decisions. However, supply chain management, in all these points, data exchange should be made in a transparent manner, and every function should make its decision in a way to optimize the performance of other functions. This is what we mean by other improvements. So we do them to make sure that functions run in a more effective manner. Let's have a look at the sales side as well. We see the same thing in the production side as well. Recently, we conducted a study according to which a client looked into each and every machine and install the device on that to collect data. The data showed the OE performance, so total equipment efficiency can be said to explain that. And then filtering was conducted by them. So OE, the lowest OE, and the machine with the most capacity losses, and the machines with the highest capacity. So they did this prioritization, and they made certain investments to improve the performance of the machine with the least OE. But this study, we did look into a digital twin here, and we looked into the interactions between the machines. And OE, with the resources with a low OE, weren't necessarily bottlenecks in terms of production. So on the production side, you may have machines that you do not necessarily use, and a machine with which you don't necessarily produce a lot. So only by looking at the OE data of that, and only by investing in that, you cannot really turn it into money. So you basically make it wait.
within the site. So you need to basically test all these decisions on a model. So you need to make the right decisions to make the right investments and right investments into right resources. This is what we mean by achieving improvements. So otherwise, you may only be assuming that you're achieving improvements, but instead you're basically having excess raw materials, and that's it. So during the pandemic, we can actually analyze the production side as follows. Turkey is mostly comprised of SMEs. Actually, 98% of production is made by SMEs, so these have to be integrated with the supply chain because the main industry players would like to have their SME suppliers to have certain capabilities. So SMEs, and what about the opportunities or difficulties when it comes to the digitalization for them? Well, Turkey has a distinct status here, so a significant portion of the exports within Turkey, I think 50 to 60% actually goes to the EU. So Turkey mostly exports to the EU. So logistical proximity is there, and quality production is the industrial history that we have. And when we have a look at the recent reports, well, since 2018, I've been thinking about it. I've been trying to convey this message. With Industry 4.0, a change has taken place. And states and the EU, so we're talking about a war of power here. So they're saying we're not going to have the production taking place in China. I'll either have it in domestic resources, or I'll basically make sure that it takes place in my hinterland. For example, if it's in Germany, they focus on their own China, which is Poland, or which is another country. And China, on the other hand, makes the same move, actually. So I'm actually going to focus on my own plans in my neighboring countries, they say. So this is actually something that challenges the position of Turkey. And we see the consequences of that, implications of that. When we have a look at industrialization, Poland, Hungary, and Czech Republic, my colleagues here would probably see it in the exhibitions that they attend. There is a great level of interest from them, and many projects are being carried out. So rather than the SMEs themselves, the industrial point of view within the country needs improvement here. And in terms of logistics and in terms of production, the changing balances and checks and balances should be taken into account. So, because if you don't do that, an SME cannot really achieve much alone. It will be quite limited indeed. So what happens here is that, well, this is what I say in the reports. Let's say, give an example from automotive. The automotive producing automobiles plants were able to anticipate when there will be a global crisis. So now we're talking about a crisis of China. So the plants actually give an end to production. So many unexpected events take place. So we're talking about crisis management here, and supply chain processes contribute a lot to the improvement and to the addressing of these problems. In the latest round that we have, I will talk about tangible examples, and we're talking about all these issues, but let's also talk about the real side of it, factual side of it. And we have our audience and joining us remotely, and we have participants here. Hannover Messe 2011 exhibition actually announced Germany's digitalization roadmap, and apparently Industry 4.0's contribution to the world economy reached 42 trillion USD. ABI research anticipates that this will actually multiply itself, and by 2030 the Industry 4.0's contribution to the world economy will be 140 trillion USD. This is quite striking, actually, and let's talk about tangible examples here. Industry 4.0, digitalization, we're talking about all these things, and we'll have 5 minutes here. Why why aren't you sharing certain examples with us in terms of IoT? Yes, we're using it in our vehicles, in other parts of our lives, but what kind of improvements does it really entail? And please share some concrete examples. Well, this is a striking example because it's related with the pandemic. It's as follows. When we were all at home, production activities were ongoing, so we didn't really see the things with our own eyes. However, plants continued production because they had to, and the pandemic, and how do we really associate it with the pandemic, and what kind of measures had to be taken? This was something that we discussed. And on the papers, for example, Ford was using certain bracelets, and they were monitoring the shifts of employees. We did it in Turkey, actually. 40,000 employees are using it at the moment. So who is working with whom for how long? So regardless of where they are within the plant, in the time period during which they are together. So in the case of an infection, that department, that division, rather than closing it completely, shutting it down, we were basically focusing on the close contacts of that. And we weren't only relying on the verbal consent or confirmation of that, we were actually following that data with this bracelet. So we are providing the solution instead here. And we are using the software of a company, and we use the mechanical capabilities of another company. So we basically united our forces, and just as Arçelik CMC laboratories were conducting these tests, and they were turned into products, and we're using it actively. Human touching side of it, this is where we are. And a refrigerator or a freezing machine producer, they can actually integrate the connected module, and once it's plugged in a village in Anatolia, for example, we're talking about chain brands, actually, refrigerators of these chain brands, and what about the inner temperature of that, what kind of an energy is being consumed there? These pieces of data, we can basically monitor it, or we make sure that the company is able to follow that in their own offices. Or a collective cutting machine, for example, mowing machine. Well, it is not necessarily a widespread example, but for houses with a garden, it is important. Bosch did that, and this was an interaction that we had, actually. This mowing machine, we made it a connected machine, and we wanted to understand the battery capacity of that, the container of that, and we wanted to understand how it could be used more frequently. We collected data, we optimized the machine, and we started offering the device at a more affordable price. So when you have a look at it, making a machine connected, achieving a connected device, this isn't only linked with human interaction. After-sales services should also be taken into account in improving that. We need to take into account whether or not we can make it more cost-effective. So it depends on where you look at it, and it depends on the values that you never anticipate in the areas that you never anticipate. This is what we're talking about when we say IoT. Well, this is for industrial devices, but let's take a step outside. When you're in a supermarket, for example, everything that you see there can be connected, and some of them actually are already connected. We're not really aware of that as consumers, but everything that's taking place there is reported to the system. We have 2 more minutes, and I know the solutions that you do here. Well, 40,000 devices, over 40,000 devices we have here, the communication of that, the added value of that. What kind of advantages does it really offer to users? Well, we have a client with hundreds and thousands of gaming machines, well, just like in fairgrounds, actually, playgrounds. So we wanted to understand whether or not a machine, a gaming machine, is sparking enough interest to pick a particular device. For example, in location A, X machine is quite popular, whereas in location B, it may not be that popular, or which children play which machine. So we we basically see the interaction between the machine and the user. This is how we create a certain value. And we basically are pursuing as to how we can create value, because this is an AI machine, but at the same time, it provides a service here. Well, you can actually create an AI-supported machine, but there are areas where you cannot actually identify. This is the infrastructure and opportunity that it provides. It can, for example, be in a shipyard as well with an employee count of 5,000. In areas only 500 meters away, where we're talking about occupational health and safety purposes. We're talking about cases where we are focusing on cost analyses, how many machines are used for how long, and how many machines are used for the production of resources. So we focus on different outputs and deliverables. So it is possible, actually. This also depends on how that company, the contractor, actually, it depends on the skills and the capacity of that particular company. Kerem, I'm going to ask this to you. AI is somehow misunderstood. Well, if we are talking about AI when another route is being drawn or created when you're on traffic. So data is being shared, but where do we really use AI, and how do you really consider the evaluation of that, or pardon me, evolution of that? So the use of AI is something that we see in industry, the data collected from IoT and the interpretation of that, this is one part of it. And when we have a look at the data from that perspective, we are talking about numerical value here, but we can also talk about visual value, and we focus on the visual value of that. And the first is about the image. Well, the image is a piece of data, actually. What kind of assumptions can we make, or what can we derive? So data is our key value here, and our mission is as follows. The deep learning, we would like to enhance the use of deep learning in industry to address further problems within the industry. So camera, CCTV footage that we have, or camera footage that we have, we would like to have certain conclusion of that, and deep learning is something that we can use here. Well, we have seen certain demand from it, especially on the side of in the field of OHS. So automotive, for example, automotive is a driving force of manufacturing. Industrial pieces are printed, 40, 50 tons of products we're talking about here. 24/7 is the time period during which the production activities are carried out. And 6 months ago, unfortunately, a crane operator passed away, being squeezed between this piece of mold and the wall. And this is something that can be prevented. And we wanted to actually address that. And under certain conditions, there were different methods, and none of them actually can bring about the same result in terms of the load of the crane. And our client focused on the heat and temperature. So forklifters over there, different machines are using, so there are different sources of heat here. So it isn't really useful either. There are different lights, but our aim here isn't necessarily warning, because the passenger knows that there is a forklift. And what we did was as follows. On the crane, a person could be there. He could have a look at the side. However, you need to have 4 people on every crane. This is going to be crazy for sure. But AI can do that. AI can replace human. 4 cameras are installed on a crane. We see the load. We see the people around the load, and we see whether or not
the load is on the crane. If there is a distance not desired between the forklift and the person, we basically restrict any movement, and we basically recognize the person with that cameras. Like thousands and thousands of pieces of photographs had to be twinned, had to be matched, because we didn't have a ready database that could recognize people there. However, artificial intelligence and cranes actually were a great match, and artificial intelligence helped us offer the security safety there. Whether or not there was a human behind the curtain of light, for example, or in other areas, we also wanted to make sure that humans and vehicles could work together by recognizing the machines and the humans. So we also make sure that alarms could be generated and produced. We used it in different ways. So there are points where I said humans could actually do that, but even in that case, you cannot really stop a machine every time there's a danger, but a machine can do that, a device can do that. When there's a conclusion, it is really quick for it to say stop or start. So as we secure people, we shouldn't really have an impact, a negative impact on the production. We applied the same technique and method in different manufacturing lines where we didn't have human beings there, but we had molds, for example. Molds, so you can actually use the same thing and use the same method here. If this is something that is not on track, for example, you can recognize and identify abnormal situations. You can see the missing parts and pieces, and this is something that is really quick and rapid. Everything takes place within a second, and surface mistakes and manufacturing failures and defects can also be an area for us. We also educated the machine and artificial intelligence there. We also collected data there, and we interpreted them with the help of AI. These are the solutions that we created, and this is a added value that we created here. All the tangible results. Tolga Bey, what about the numbers here? 1.1 to 1.9 billion USD improvement. So this is going to be quite higher. 140 billion USD is the amount of the market we're talking about. What about the improvements we're talking about, and what kind of improvements do you see? So the work that we do is something related to our culture. With better planning, we can solve them. As we all know, everything is settled on the way. Even if it is the case with the investment for a big factory, we say, let's move into the factory. If there's a problem, we can solve the problem on the way. So the Istanbul traffic is, I believe, an example most similar to this. Let's assume that you are an insurance company, and in the Istanbul traffic, there are accidents with minor damages, there are minor crashes. In order to decrease the number of accidents, what could you do? Well, you can make use of technology. There are many things that could be done. The cameras can develop a warning system for vehicles that are getting too close to one another, or sensors in the cars can communicate with one another, or you can warn the others if the speed is too high. However, if we go back a bit and say if we had planned the city in a better way, and if we had planned the city in such a way that 70% of the population, of the inhabitants of the city, do not have to live on the other side, on one side, and have to travel to the other side for work purposes. So we could have solved all of the technology problems in this way. So when we look at the supply chain or the plants, our approach is to diagnose problems proactively and design the systems or supply chains that would not lead to some problems. Now, if you're talking about a plant, a factory, it should be designed in such a way that, for example, the corridors on which people will walk or on which materials will be transported, where machinery will be placed, the molds should be built easily. If there are ceiling cranes, then those cranes should be in the right holes. So if the design is made in this way, then the problems that this plant will face in the second year or the fifth year will be less in number. However, as anything that we have to do, it has to be handled very quickly. This is because of our culture. We try to solve the problems with more expensive technologies later. Well, I gave you the example of Istanbul traffic. I can't say that it's impossible to solve the problem, the traffic problem in Istanbul. But if we had made planning much better at the beginning, we wouldn't have had these problems today. So you say that these could be solved in factories. There are two alternatives. One of them is about the production lines and designing plants in a better way. And the second thing is the operation inside an already operating plant. Let's say that you have several customer orders that you have to deliver this month. If the orders are far from reaching your full capacity, you can meet those and you can provide those orders, you can complete those orders. But if it is close to your full capacity, then we need some optimization solutions. I need to be able to deliver all of the orders on time within a month's time, and I don't need to occupy my machinery with unnecessary settings. So there is a huge opportunity here. The production planning should be done correctly, so there are very important opportunities awaiting us. So we discussed IoT here in the digital chain. We had guests here. So all of the speakers have booths in Hall 3. You can visit their booths. My name is Murat Bayezid. Thank you very much for your attention. Welcome, everyone. I would like this session to be an interactive one, but we have few participants, so you can ask questions whenever you want. And I believe that you will get a microphone to ask the question whenever you want, or you can ask your questions at the end of the session. Well, I normally start with a question: is there anybody working in the manufacturing sector? We have very few participants, but I still would like to see the hands if there's anybody in the manufacturing sector. Why do I ask this question? It's because I will be talking about flexibility, manufacturing, and ease of doing business thanks to automation and robot solutions. So my presentation is going to be about this. Anybody who is interested or who is related to manufacturing is welcome to ask questions whenever you want. My name is Emma Atalan. I have been working at Omron for the past 6 years. I'm in charge of robot products, and I have a past experience of 17 to 18 years, especially in the automotive industry. More than 10 years of experience in this field. I worked in the project management, in manufacturing, and maintenance. Well, I was in different roles, and I have been working at Omron for the past 6 years as PMM. I will give you information about our concept. The concept that you're going to listen to here and the concept that you're going to see at the booth when you visit us at the hall are very similar to one another. Let me give you information about the concept, why we prepared the booth in that way. We are in Hall 2. It's C100 at the entrance of Hall 2. I do emphasize manufacturing all the time, and I will be talking about the concepts that are part of manufacturing. And when you come, you will see the machinery are there, people are around, and manufacturing continues. The robots and the automation system communicate with one another through a network. So there's constant communication. And there's a vertical variables in the IT system, in the robots, in the database systems, in the SCADA, in the computer-based systems. We have a dashboard at the entrance, and that dashboard receives information from all machinery. What's the life cycle of the part to be replaced? What about the temperature at that moment? How long has it been operating? So the dashboard provides information about all of the machinery operating at that moment. We get information from different modules. It could be monitored. It could be observed from any time in the age of internet. Let me give you now information about the concept. As Omron, our general concept is eye automation. There are 3 basic breakdowns. We call it integrated, intelligent, and interactive. In integrated, the logic is as follows. Different technologies communicate with one another. So when you visit us at the booth, you will see this. The robot technologies communicate with automation systems. We have the safety products there, and they communicate with one another. And there is a constant connection. These are intelligent, smart systems. They can produce themselves, so they can transfer the variables to outer systems. And AI is also part of it. You will hear more about this in the upcoming slides. Well, we can also include AI in this, and it is interactive. The interfaces of the machinery communicate with one another. There is flexibility over there. So that's what we're giving information about. There are different breakdowns here. There's something that we hear very frequently in manufacturing. It does not cover the whole line. When you think about the machinery itself, it's all about the efficiency and the flexibility of the machinery. These are the concepts that we focus on: safety, security. These are very important because I share data. I'm on the network, but is it secure? I have to take measures against any cyber attacks. So that's all about security. When we say safety, it's all about the safety of the machinery. I think there was a problem with the presentation. If there's anything that was not understood, you can interrupt me at any time you want. No problem. These concepts do not hold true only for a production line. They also hold true for a machinery safety, efficiency of and the continuity, flexibility of the IT systems. These are the things, the concepts that we all want to be in place. So what kind of solutions are we going to offer? The upcoming solutions are, upcoming slides will be about them. There's a technical problem here, as far as I understand. I will be talking about the following before I move on to the concept. If you haven't visited the booth, you will see it anyway. When you visit the booth, the first thing that you will see will be the robots that are mobile robots, collaborative and industrial robots. Omron offers solutions, and the booth offers a variety of robots that can give you an idea about the solutions we offer. When we look at the booth, this is the layout of the booth. These are the units. I wanted you to see this. Actually, it's called MoMA, a mobile manipulator. So this is an integration of the mobile one and the manipulator one. What does it do? It takes it from the production line. It takes the materials from the production line, and the mobile robot does the quality check. Those who use Omron know it. There's FH V7 camera, and the camera does the quality check. You can see it in the booth, in the line. There are 4 robots originally 4 robots in the demo, but because of the space available, we reduced it to 3 robots. What do I do here? I first enter the job order. So what am I going to ask the robot to manufacture? I enter the details, and then in this cell that you see here, there are 2 industrial robots. In this cell, production takes place. A mobile robot carries an empty transpallet and then takes the finished products to where the mobile robot is. The quality check is performed there. So what do we see here? The plates are processed on the CNC benches. There's a collaborative robot here, and then they do the pick and place, and also picks up the empty ones. There are also camera functions like barcode scanning. and then the processed product is marked. So there are things done inside. The system communicates all of the elements of this system communicate with one another, and you can see all the details on the dashboard real time. The temperature value, the temperature inside the cabinet, we can monitor them all on the relevant screen. When you click on the relevant cell and when you go into the relevant module, you will be able to see the relevant data. This concept is available in the booth here. We would like to host you at our booth to have a more detailed discussion, because each and every one of these are systems. There is a controller that scans a G-code. We have a CNC processing area. We have two industrial robots, SCADA and 6-axis robot, and there's an air feeder system. So the camera, everything that I say, there's traceability, visual inspection. For example, once I produce the relevant product, I scan the barcode and get the answers to my questions, such as where my product is. So you will see it when you come. The concept is all about it. There are two demos. These are the safety demos. And here is the vision demo. And there's a quality check here about the products. Now, after the introduction of the main concept, let me give you information about the production. Why do we need these? What's the main purpose? As you can see here, there are different colors in automotive sector. This shows us that the customer or the end user does not only want one thing, because everybody wants different things, which means this is a challenging situation for manufacturers. What should manufacturers do? Should perform manufacturing based on the demand coming from the market. So I'm not going to manufacture identical products in huge numbers. I cannot design separate lines. What should I do? Then I should be able to use the same line for all. I should not forget about the changeover times, about flexibility. These are all challenges. So under the topic of challenge, let's have a look at these. Here we have packaging and output of manufacturing. We have the primary packaging and then secondary packaging. There is some differentiation here, and in the final packaging, we have many materials. It could change from one area, one region to another, or depending on the ambient temperature. So even with respect to packaging, there are many variables. So packaging also requires differentiation. Now we have high volume but different products. So what am I going to do? Am I going to establish a completely new line for one product? No. I have to find a way to produce them all on the same line. This is what we call the flexible production lines. It's not maybe the very same concept, but you will see a very similar concept at our booth. The mobile robots communicate with different cells. And there's a main controller. Let me come back to it. It's a modular line, as you can see here. So assembly 1, assembly 2, packaging, and we have the mobile robot carrying things. Well, just assume this carrying takes place with forklifts or manually. It's such a challenge, and this will have an impact on the product. All of these are performed by mobile robots. You can say, well, it could be for raw materials or finished products. When we focus on this cell, we will see that there are different technologies. There's automation technology, robot technology, robotics separate, and we have the collaborative robot and autonomous ones. These should be programmed through one software. Those who use ONO would know it. Well, we have a software. Those who use all known products know it. But there's a new product that we should have in place, the robot. We used to control the robots using different interfaces, but it was loss of time and creating confusion. So we can now use one single platform to manage the robots and automation systems. So we can also configure them. Those who know ON1 know it well. There are different software. And we used to use different platforms for communication purposes. Now, the current concept offers the possibility of using one single platform to configure and set up everything. There are advantages offered. So we use the motion technology and the SysMac platform. If the robots are involved, then we make use of robotics. If cameras are involved, then for camera settings, we use the same software. If it is a safety product, we use one single platform. As you can see here, the controller is in the middle, different systems controlled by the controller, and robots are now part of it. It's called a robotic controller. The code starts with R in NG5 series. It's for automation systems and for robot systems, so it's a controller for them. Now, automation and robotics platform could be divided into three. The first level is the machine level, different technologies that I have mentioned, and the robot. The SysMac platform enables us to use only one single platform to configure everything. Well, there are different things that could be done. It could be a visual inspection or pet control or assembly that we could ask a robot to do. We have an application manager. These are expert software. So all you have to do is to click on next. It's a C-based software set up in the background. But as a user, you take it over in the wizard, and then you go into that software, and you can do some fine-tuning. Flexibility is very important. On the same platform, you can do 3D simulation. You can do the 3D simulation on the same platform with a different license. And the software could also give you the possibility to configure everything virtually. I'll come back to it. I'll come back how we design it. Actually, I'm about to tell about that. There's a design and commissioning of the machine, and once completed, we have a maintenance and changeover. I'm going to change the product, and there's line upgrade. So we have to produce this. That's what the market tells us. Or we should produce so many different products. This is This is called line upgrade. My machine is the one on the left. I'm a software developer. I have to wait for the mechanics. It has to come to a certain level so that I can do a few trials. On the right-hand side, we have the 3D simulation, and you have a digital twin here, and it's shock resistant, shock sensitive. Here we see the software, and I can control the system through the 3D configuration. It doesn't have to be only the robot. The motion part could also be monitored and controlled. Let me show you a video about the benefit it offers to me. I have already told you what it is. In a standard conventional approach, what should it do? The machine, we have 3 phases. We have the planning, concept design phase, and then the software, electrical, mechanical design. So 3 main phases. This is the machine itself. There's a normal standard. In order to develop a software for a standard machine, we have to wait for the software developer. And some changes need to be made. With a robotic integrated controller, as you can see here, here's the concept. You don't have to wait for the machine. And you can develop the software in different languages. There's a software, there's a separate software, ACE. If it is PLC-based, then you can still develop a software.
So on one hand, as you work on the mechanic, the programmer forms digital twin at virtual level and prepares 3D simulation, which is a gain. So you can do the work in parallel. One phase, it's 32%, so it depends on the machine actually. In this phase, you have a gain of 32%. Of course, times is equal to money, times money. And it's very close to reality. It's based on 3D simulation, you try and test your system. So the software design, it provides you a significant gain. It's almost 86% gain. It comes from software design, so versus conventional, of course, and all the standard, the conventional steps we take. So maybe you've seen it in the video, but the programmer has 3 options here. One is EV Plus, the ACE software. It's the basis of the ACE software. That's software. Let's say Omron, before it provided the integrated controller, we used its own controller, AB Plus, which is similar to C. Now we have an integrated controller, and it tells me you can use ladder and function blocks to program, but if you're used to this one, I can integrate it as well. Okay, I am using the controller, but in the it is embedded in the software of the robotics controller, and it provides expert modules, the wizards. Next. So very complex problems can be solved very quickly. As it is called, as by its name, it's a separate software. The expert modules, vision and installation, they're separate packages. But you can do it without, of course, but it will take some time and effort, and if it's complex, and if you have several robots and they share a division of labor exists among them, and combat tracking, and you have tracking, and this will take time, so these wizards will make things easier for you. So I mentioned the benefits, and integrated controller has another important function. And sys variables in runtime included in the controller and in the robot. We have a data trace system, a real-time system that monitors, observes all of those. Let's say if I want to control a variable related to the robot, in the same controller, you can use the data trace function to check those, or you can control a variable in the controller and you can use data trace. The cycle time of the controller will will yield these data, and they have database connectivity in the controllers. Let's say I will connect to IT, operational OT. Yes, operational is okay, but some data I need to report, let's say. And what do I have to do? We have a standard database connection here in the controllers as well, so you can go up there. Let's say you have a task regarding the database, you can go up there, and when you go to the site, the database, we have a controller which is database linked. Recipe. So this is the recipe side. This is a module integrated in the controller. We have a high mixed low volume, very complex, many products, but we have low volume of production. So the changeover will take some time, changing over from one product to product. The convert intervals and the speed will change. So I have to recall it as a recipe, and we have a recipe manager in the SysMac platform. This module creates the recipe of these variables. Let's say it will produce X, and all variables, motions, groupers, and a logic change, let's say, about that product. And then the recipe manager is activated as a separate module in the SysMac platform. It's a separate configuration page in this module. Omron solution. Let's have a look at the solution. I've mentioned everything is included on this line. Safety products, you have safety. Here you see the motion controller, the drivers, EtherCAT connected. The robots are connected by EtherCAT. Now they were used to communicate over Ether IP. Now, with the new robotic controller, they use EtherCAT to communicate. So there are EtherCAT controllers everywhere. And this is the concept that I'm talking about. Products which have different technologies. complex different technologies that are combined under one roof via the software. On a single line, you may need all of them. Depends on the project. Robot system separate, HMI separate, drive is separate. So you may need all of those depending on the project. This is a different configuration. This is robot-based, but people ask questions like connected to Ethercat and the starter project. I mean, you can separate cells from one another. When doing motion, when one went away, the others had to stop. Now, the Ethercat topology can be converted to star topology. And what is the goal of these novelties? To stop downtime, frequent downtime, to increase performance, to increase traceability. What are the products doing? Where, in which cells are they? What happened to those? You can trace them back if needed, and then the change over time is reduced. Manual errors are being prevented by automating the system as much as possible. And the maintenance goal, I mean, the more you intervene, the more downtimes you have, the more loss you have. So in terms of staff, production, and machinery downtime, they're all being reduced. So you see a production line. It looks like a normal, the ordinary production line. Excuse me, I need to play this video. So this is a simple task, a robotic task. People do that usually, but this is one of the repetitive tasks. So there's one more task in the next station. But if instead of a robot, it would be done manually, you could stop the next station. This is a risk. So if you use a robot, there's no such risk. That's the purpose of using a robot, to perform repetitive tasks. On one hand, it feeds the material. On the other hand, it puts it on a pallet without causing traffic on the line, so it performs a repetitive task. So then we have transportation systems, which can be added to the line. I mean, I mentioned the line is okay, and industrial robots, safety and cameras and motion is enabled, but what about the material flow? I mean, I want to automate everything as much as possible. I want to have a lean machinery, independent from people, from operators. So I have to make the area around the line lean as well. Here you see a mobile robot. It is autonomous. It can carry up to 1,500 kilos, and it's used for logistics or intralogistical purposes. This is one such type of robot. For example, I wanted to show you a video. So this is from Sweden. You may know TP. You have it in the pharmacies. This is oral hygiene. They're producing oral hygiene products. So they're producing dental products. It's based on they work based on the concept that I previously mentioned. They have a high level of diversity in the production lines. And how did they overcome this issue? By way of, we have here manual transportation of special trays, and the finished products are being transported. This is raw material is transferred. So this is high mixed low volume business, which fits our own system, and this is such a production line. So it is automated robots are working here, and this is an autonomous robot who carries a product to the machinery line, and it carries products to the storage area. Well, maybe it drew your attention. Mobile robots, you don't have to have a straight line. You can have a layered structure, or an elevator floors. You can operate between floors with an elevator. So it has a certain flexibility, but the ground should be flat to keep the performance at the same level. Let me check the time. So, in conclusion, this dynamism in the market makes sure that these technologies, they become more and more widespread. And this is the summary of everything that I talked about. This is what the present and future production line look like. What systems do we need? This is a video about that. So, as you can see, we have a collaborative system. What does it mean? People are not removed completely. This is what collaborative means. So, robots and people, industrial robots, including industrial robots. I mean, you see collaborative robots, mobile robots that work with people. This traceability is very important. Where is the product now in the line? If I have a quality complaint, I need to research. So, which location did it go through? Which processes did it undergo? What happened? AI. We have AI-controlled PICs. These are detecting anomalies in the mechanical system. If you have a problem, they issue alerts in advance. So we have an AI. The AI controller serves that purpose as well. Automation, intelligent, integrated, interactive. As I said, this is the concept that we have envisaged in these products. I'll talk a little bit about mobile robots and success stories. I'll start with Vola. Of course, they do exist in Turkey, and in fleet management systems especially. People use them a lot, and there is a high level of demand for those. The system in Vola, they're producing fixtures for bathrooms and showers, so we have a high level of variability. So if there's a high level of variability, the variability in raw materials is also high level. So you have to transport lots of stuff to the production line. So we have lots of feedstock, lots of raw materials to be transported. So what kind of solution did they come up with? They have 9 600-kilo bearing robots, and they have fleet management. Why do we need fleet management? If you have more than one robot in the system, for a system, or in an area, to cover an area, then they will meet each other, and that's why you need a fleet management. With a single robot, you don't need to have fleet management. By the way, you can communicate, the system can communicate through PLC, all kind of PLC, via controllers. So what's the benefit? They have 9 robots, as I said. It manages diversity, the diversity there. You eliminate a certain amount of people, and you prevent accidents. Forklift users, for example, they can carry up to 1.5 tons. You don't need them anymore. And this is also one of the advantages, but there are many others. And BMW has one such system in Germany, and they have a total of 100 in different factories. So it eliminates 72% of manual transport time. Manual transport. So when you look at the details, it's quite an issue actually. It may cause quality problems. If you put them one on top of each other, I mean, we have 6 weeks, so we have lost work days, other defects, failures may occur, so which leads to downtime, and waiting for the products to arrive, etc. So last but not least, this robot can carry 1.5 tons, and it carries a tractor cabin. And they can operate in a hybrid fashion with one another. That's the purpose of the fleet management. 60 kilos, 90 kilos, 1.5 tons, they can operate in the same space. And due to its weight, the structure on top can be customized. So whatever you want to carry with it, it's customizable. Convert, transfer, kisses. For example, when you go to our booth, you will see these are convert transfers. Handshake and transfer the pallets to the other place. So 250 kilos next to it, as you can see. If you don't have a fleet management, that would be an issue here during the transport of those products. So a fleet manager is managing all of these robots. You can dedicate the robots. Let's say it has to change direction here. It's trying to reach the target. It's naturally navigating, and if there's space to divert, so it can do that. It can operate together with forklifts and other machinery, but it's critical. So you're carrying something. There's still a risk involved, and which needs to be minimized. So risk analysis is required. As Omron, we have a division doing that for safety. When implementing robot projects, we are implementing a safety aspect. We have to have risk assessment for the project. And if, let's say, this is 270 degrees or 350 degrees vision, it has a leader sensor, but if there's a height or an elevation, you need to add side lasers optionally. So this is based on a risk analysis. This is all I wanted to present. I think I have 1 to 2 minutes to go. If you have any questions, I will be glad to answer those. If you have any details that you're curious about, you can visit our booth to talk about the details. I think because there are very few people in the room, there are no comments or questions. Well, thank you. Thank you for participating. I hope to see you on another occasion.
Merhaba.
Good afternoon, everybody. Murat Ekin is my name. IQ Vision Digital Transformation is the company that I'm working as a CEO for. IQ Vision Digital Transformation, the company helps all the industries on their digital transformation journey. We are an MRI company, and today we've gathered here to talk about the technologies of our company, and this is why we have invited the clients who are using the technologies of our company. We have academics with us, we have professors with us, and we are hosting them today here with us. We will be hearing about their experiences, about what they have basically gained from using our own products and technologies. First, allow me to introduce the panelists. Orhan Bey, could you please talk about yourself and your company, please? Well, thank you very much for hosting us on such a beautiful panel. Our Group is the name of our company, and Santec is the brand that we have. We have operations in domestic and overseas market. We have export operations and outdoor activities. Well, what I mean by that is aluminum systems, solar energy. These are the areas that we have activities in. We export to 85 countries, and we've recently made digital investments according to which we're shaping our activities and future plans. Thank you. Thank you. Well, you have a distinct position here because you have basically become the second generation manager of a 40-year-old company. And along with this digital transformation story, you probably have certain advantages and opportunities. And digital transformation, what kind of opportunities did it bring to you, Orhan? Well, digital transformation started for us before the pandemic. We basically took the baby steps in the first periods of 2019. So before the pandemic, we were braced against it. And we have business volume, we have production technologies that are all integrated with one another. And that's why I believe that we have production activities and technologies that go beyond any borders and territories, and this means efficiency, and this also brings a lot of convenience for us in terms of staff. In a way, we are talking to you from the future in next 10 years. Yes. Digital transformation helps you a lot, especially in supply chain that was once interrupted due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So now that we're talking about international markets, Carmelo, I'd like to talk to you first. Welcome. Could you please talk about you and talk about your company? Well, first of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me here on behalf of Etken Group. Carmelo Salamone is my name. I am a board member at Etken Group. Etken Group, what do we do? Well, people from different backgrounds have basically formed Etken Group, and we have operations in the mold industry. Mold, by that I mean aluminum injection molds and mold industry. Well, we have made a lot of progress in the domestic market. I am an engineer. I'm a senior machinery, mechanical engineer, and I've been working in Turkey for the past 15 years. So together with me, the company went global. Well, by that I mean Italy, first and foremost. And for that to happen, for us to compete with the Far Eastern countries, we've focused on digitalization. This was when we decided to focus on digitalization. Well, great. Well, big companies of over 40 years old and new companies, they have advantages, they have respective disadvantages. So you are a relatively new company and you've started your investments a few years back, and this has been exemplary for the entire sector and for SMEs. And I'll ask about that a few minutes after that, but would you, this is going to be something that I'll ask about for, so that you can inspire SMEs in the future. Mr. Ufuk, welcome. We've conducted national and international studies with you, and we know you very well, but our participants here would like to hear further about your efforts and your work. Could you please talk about that a little bit? Well, thank you very much. In 1986, I was an assistant, and right after that, I pushed my PhD professor and we initiated a project. It was an ERP project back then, and we used to call it MRP. ERP wasn't necessarily a buzzword back then. And MRP1, MRP2, right? MRP2 was invented later on, and then we started to call it ERP. But in 1999, I was sent to Belgium by an enterprise. It was a leather company, actually, with a gold medal. And I went to Belgium in 1999, and Data General was the company that I went to. And they used their own software, a screen in the size of a smartphone, and the worker was pushing a button, for example, when a needle broke. So it was basically the vision for digital transformation, and it was when I started to develop it. And my PhD studies were focused on lean production. And later on, I worked at different companies, from Procter & Gamble to Ford Otosan in Turkey and outside Turkey. I provided training courses and consulting to different companies. I also had efforts related with automation, for example, in white goods industry. So this was among the areas where we provide consulting to companies, and we're still doing that. And together with you, we started to conduct certain work, production planning, scheduling and planning software. This is something that we're working on together, but to sum up, this is what I did, and we can further talk about it a few minutes after that. And before I ask questions to other panelists to talk about lean production, and I would like to ask this question, Industry 4.0, now that we have it, where is lean production headed? This is something that people are curious to find out, especially in academic circles and at companies, actually. Would you like to talk about that a little bit? Yes, for sure. Well, lean production is going to transform, it's going to evolve for sure. And cellular structure, you need to adapt it. And before you do that, you cannot really establish Industry 4.0. So your machines, well, you can just create a cell there, and automation system has to be established there. And this is what we call SMET, and mold exchange in die exchange in 10 minutes. It's going to be improved even further. So it's going to be even at one touch. OTED or NOTED is something that we call, it's going to be automatic. So it's going to be zero error. You may not achieve it in every process, but with Industry 4.0, it's going to be something that you can achieve. In the next round of questions, I'll be focusing on lean production and the added value of IoT, as well as its contributions. Orhan, and this question is for you now. You've basically made an introduction to it. Our Bayrak exports to 84 countries, that's for sure. And thanks to this exports operations supply chain, by that I mean right time and right quality and right delivery of the right product. This is the obligation that you have related with the supply chain. But we're talking about a pandemic here. We're talking about COVID-19. And just as in every industry, your industry also faced certain interruptions in the supply chains. And we all know that the supply chain isn't only confined to a supply chain, rather it's more like a value chain, and this has been proved. And we talk about such a stressful period, and how did you really handle that, and what kind of contributions did digitalization bring to you, to your company? Well, before the pandemic, we started our digitalization efforts. And as for the management of the supply chain, we had taken our precautions already. Production planning, lean production techniques, we're talking about that, and the transition to Industry 4.0. And well, there are strong parallels between them, and we were taking rapid steps. Yes, the crisis had an impact on us, but compared to other enterprises, we didn't face severe damages. Well, this is an advantage of digitalization. And in the past 2 years, Industry 4.0 has become a buzzword, and it's been a popular item for investment for all industrialists. And this has become indispensable, I believe, and this is something that made itself felt even stronger during the pandemic. And we are talking about MES, we're talking about ERP systems, and we're talking about integrated systems thanks to Industry 4.0. And the management of supply chains is only part of this strong chain. And we've been working on it for the past 2 or 3 years, and we've been reaping the fruits of that, thankfully. The supply chain, well, as you also cited, is a significant value chain for all enterprises and for the world. We're talking about the logistics side of it. We're talking about raw materials and how to actually extract the raw materials from the soil. Aluminum is something that you basically derive from the soil. Silicium, magnesium, and the use of these core elements. And magnesium even is a small element and mineral, but even a tiny interruption there actually had huge implications on the procurement of other related elements. But when we have a look at it at the core, digitalization, Industry 4.0 actually covers all of it. And this is something that ensures the automation of that. And this has become an integral part of our day-to-day lives. This is something that we've experienced in the company. So the investments that we made before the pandemic, pre-COVID, helped us evade the heavy damage of that. And we convene with stakeholders regularly to understand their opinion. Companies who do not digitize themselves, we hear from them directly, firsthand, the problems that they faced. And we also have certain people visit us to understand and to have an idea about digitalization. And we always express our willingness to support them. And Industry 4.0 and digitalization, they go hand in hand, and they're basically integrated values. And digitalization is a must right now. This is not something arbitrary, or it's not something. It's not a luxury item anymore, and it's a compulsory. Well, crisis is an opportunity, but at the same time, it's a risk, right? So you take the risk and you tap into the opportunity, it seems. Well, we're talking about a significant topic here because digital transformation and the stories of digital transformation is something that companies need to pay attention to. You've basically underscored that. Digital transformation isn't only related with MES or MOI and investments revolving around that. CRM investment, and at the same time, it's an investment into other topics, and it's an investment into AI. So, or the needs analyses for digital transformation. So companies need to see that very well. Yes, back then when you made that investment, you basically took these steps one by one. You focused on the production activities that your company had, stock or inventory investment, supply chain investments, and CRM related to customer relationship manager digitalization. So all the departments that you had, you basically digitalized each and every one of them. And this is how I'm asking about it. The companies on their digital transformation journeys, they need to work hand in hand in an integrated manner. And on the part of reaching zero, quality should also be improved. And Albayrak achieved that. This has become a major accomplishment on their side. This is why we would like to congratulate them. And Carmelo, I'd like to ask this question to you. So the industry that you've seen in Turkey for the past 15 years, you've been here and you have investments here, and Etken Group has also made an investment in this country, in this industry. And as you said, the company has become a global company. So you've basically derived certain benefits from it for yourself and for the world. And you are also familiar with the European markets. You're a senior mechanical engineer. You studied there in Europe and Italy, particularly Italy. Italy is basically the heart of Europe, so you know it very well. You know that country. So when you make a comparison between Turkey and Europe, could you please do that? As regards to digitalization, where does Turkey stand vis-a-vis Europe? I can talk on behalf of Etken Group here, and since 2017, we've been investing in digitalization, and we've actually adopted it fully, and we are among the early adopters of that. So in a way, those kinds of companies are almost at the same level as European companies. And of course, we're talking about different markets. We've been talking about different cultures of industry, but as I said, there are companies, early adopters like Albayrak, for example. They've attained a certain level. I believe that a certain gap has been addressed already. Well, I've been in Turkey for the past 15 years, and that particular gap has been addressed in our industry, or at least it has been addressed to a certain extent, to a significant extent. Well, yes, you've touched upon a good point, actually. Venator Group has had production infrastructure and supply chains in the far eastern part of the world, and they have actually moved it to Turkey. So we've heard about that. That's recent news. Yes, the changing of the tracks is a little bit difficult, but you've basically spotted that before these companies, and you've invested in Turkey and you've invested in digitalization. Well, for sure, the geopolitical position or location plays a significant role here. Turkey's proximity to European markets and the 400,000 manufacturers are here, and the pandemic actually has brought this to the fore. So logistics, actually, the importance of logistics has grown, has come to the fore, because the European companies have started to move production to Turkey, and the reason of that is basically geopolitically motivated. Well, because the freight costs are increasing right now. Other costs are also on the rise, and raw materials are diminishing at the moment. And this is why there has been a move from other parts of the world towards Turkey. And for that to happen, for these kinds of problems to be addressed, 400,000 SMEs are there, operational in Turkey, as you mentioned. They're manufacturers, as you cited, and in order to initiate any cooperation or partnership, shared action should be taken, and this can happen with digitalization. Well, this is what we focus on. As far as I understand, well, crises are an example, are an opportunity. Digital transformation and digital transformation of your plant has become an opportunity for you. And you've expressed something very important. We can talk in different languages, but shared language, a common language, is something else. This is almost a motto, especially for digitalization. Well, and as you said, you provided consultancy to Ford and PNT, and one thing that you have a distinction is that you provide consulting to many companies in different areas, and at the same time, you have academic studies, and when I look at your specialization area, you have well-rooted studies and long-standing studies in software. All the information that you can provide here will open up our horizons here. So the industry in Turkey and the digital transformation of industry, for that to happen, what kind of an overview do you have? And could you please share your experience in the site, out on the field, and could you please share your academic opinion? Well, there's something that physicians use a lot.
There is no disease, but there is, well, we say that there is no physician, but there is a disease. So, although the problems are the same, each and every enterprise is unique. And with respect to digitalization, there's a checklist of 100 or 150 items, and we have to look at them all. We have to first of all diagnose the structure of the company, and after the right diagnosis, the right treatment should follow. While the companies at the SME level are a bit hesitant. So the medium-sized enterprises could be more courageous, more brave. So companies of your size or the companies here, they are very successful companies. So by getting integrated solutions from you, from other companies who are represented here, they could be very successful. Well, digitalization is very important today, and so is innovation. Companies have very important tools that they could use, and they have to use these tools effectively. They have to identify their priorities and then start focusing on these areas as soon as possible. You touched upon a very important point. Well, people want to know more about digitalization. One of the very first opinions of people is that digitalization is an SME-based issue. Well, you mentioned cellular manufacturing at the beginning of your speech, so I'm going to come to that point. Each and every company has its own organizational culture, and the digital roadmap of each and every company is different from one another. Yet, there's the reality that the digitalization does require quite a significant budget. We see on the field that one should invest in certain technologies. So how does IoT contribute to it? Does it make that period shorter? Should IoT be our very first step to take? As we said before, each and every company could have different priorities, but under normal conditions, in a digitalization system like this, getting data from production, making use of IoT, it could be a food company, and they can make use of IoT in the cold chain storage areas. Let me give you an example from a production planning. We will collect real-time data through IoT, and when there's a deviation, maybe there's a bad product, or maybe when the manufacturing stops because of delay of delivery of raw materials, IoT becomes very valuable in reacting fast. So we're not only thinking about the dynamic structure, but we're also thinking of making use of animations. So we will be able to see on our screen before we start production downstairs where we have surplus materials or excessive materials. And there's now a concept called a digital twin. Well, I will have a live simulation of the production that will take place downstairs, and this simulation will help me find a solution through a corrective action proactively. A mistake could lead to a loss of a customer. If that customer is a very significant, very major customer for you, it could be very costly for your enterprise. So I believe that organizations are like a human organism. Everything is interrelated. When you have a toothache, your whole body feels that pain. You have touched upon the very nice point. Industrial IoT does give us information about the farthest nerves of the production system. It's thanks to the sensors and the control panels in place that we collect data, and these need to be labeled correctly and should be related with the right processes. There is one more misconception. It's not only about data collection or data digitalization. We should have a good command of the processes, and we should get support from expert academics like yourself. And data collected through IoT should be labeled correctly and should be related to the right mechanisms. Your company, or Hambo, exports to 85 countries. Before your term, the company used to export to 10 countries only, and in your term of service, this number went up to 85 countries. So, as an industrial engineer, what do you think about the benefit of IoT? Your company exports to 85 countries, and one of the most important things is the quality of the product, which comes second after delivery or on-time delivery. If you could share with us some concrete examples, it would be much better. Well, I'm an industrial engineer. In digitalization, in management, and it started with CRM, so it goes down to the CRM, and the digital twin is very different. That digital twin is an indicator of the fact that we will arrive at points that we cannot even imagine today. At our storage areas, especially IoTs, they're like nerves. So the data that we get from the workstations are transferred onto the digital center, and we can monitor the whole process through the digital center. We need to have the right employment policies in place. We also should get the right data from the workstations to make sure that those lines operate effectively. You should be able to examine it well. You should have a sound TQM in place. Quality management standards, it used to be called ISO 9001. There are many regulations, similar regulations. There are many quality documents that we have obtained to date. Industry 4.0 actually increases your quality standards. It gives you the opportunity to employ less and have a higher productivity still. Well, an industrial engineer manages the digital center of our company. So we make a total analysis of the data received from the workstations. Then based on the simulation, we can now monitor everything going on in the plant. Let me interrupt at this point. There's a very important point that you mentioned and also a professor mentioned. Digitalization has an impact on everything that the company does. And it's a vital element. And I know that you set up a digital transformation center through which you manage your factory, your plant. There was news about your company on the newspaper Dünya last year, and Carmel also mentioned the same thing. While people who cannot speak can help here. This was covered in the newspaper Dünya. So could you please elaborate on this? In that interview, in that article that I read in the Dünya newspaper, you gave information about that. In production facilities, in industrial facilities, in large companies, the labor force consists of mainly male men, and mostly people who are not disabled. So there was kind of a discrimination. After the digitalization, there is no discrimination based on gender or health conditions. We have a few disabled staff working at our plants, hearing impaired, other disabilities. As everything is digital, there's a higher possibility to hire more disabled people. So it gives us the opportunity to offer more gender equality. Production planning, for instance, is mostly women. So we have a better balance. In certain sections of the factory, we hire more women than men. They don't have to communicate with blue collars even. Everything is based on data. Wow. In the factories, when a white-collar woman tells something to a blue-collar man, then she receives a reaction, a negative reaction. But with this, we can overcome that challenge. Digitalization also gave us the opportunity to hire more disabled people. We no longer have borders or discrimination between men and women. So the business model is more egalitarian, I should say. I'm going to give the floor to Cameron now. Digitalization actually offers justice. So we are, when we talk about gender equality, we're becoming more global. Borders no longer exist. So the emotions are not too much involved. We become more professional. He's Italian. He has a very nice vision. He's Italian, so he mentioned a very nice motto. He said, justice. So new order. This means we used to refer to those people as disabled people, but actually we are the ones who disabled them from being in workplaces. We did not invest in them. We did not make any technological investment in those. So we kind of prevented them from entering factories. There was injustice between genders, but that injustice has been eliminated. This is very nice. Digitalization not only offers justice in the company, but it also offers great opportunities at the international level. We mentioned the impact of COVID-19. It could, well, let's give some examples. It could be Turkey or other countries of the same size. What does digitalization offer to this country? With this digitalization, can we say that borders no longer exist? I can give you an example from our company. Well, Orhan said that we should use data correctly. We should not. We should make use of data that are not manipulated. Well, we have competition because customers want higher quality products with lower prices. By going digital, we have 5 CNCs. By making use of the right data, well, we have an outcome as if we use a 6th CNC. Well, in terms of hours, it is 6,000 hours per year, 18,000 hours in 3 years earned. Well, This is a ROI, return on investment. That ROI is like 500 or 600,000 US dollars. If we consider the hourly price as 35 to 40 US dollars. We could have achieved it with an investment of 1 billion USD. This is thanks to digitalization. So we now enjoy an advantage of having as if a sixth CNC. Now we have an extra CNC which physically does not exist. And this is a gain of 500 or even 600,000 US dollars in 3 years. Well, it also involves staff power consumption. You're talking about a very important output. Let me add something. I don't know the figures of your company, but you say 500 to 600,000 US dollars. The profit of the company, if the profit of the company is 4 million US dollars, this means that your profit has increased by 15%, and we should not underestimate this figure. So digital transformation is actually an investment. It's not an expense. It's not a cost. A huge added value. You have 5 CNCs, but it's as if you have 6 CNCs, and it's actually 25% almost. Executives always like to talk about figures. That's why I always say your profit will increase by 15 to 20%. Well, total quality failed in the Western world, but Six Sigma was very successful in the Western world. As we talk of money. So if we use money, if we express ourselves in terms of money, then executives will understand it much better. Well, in terms of capacity, it is converted into money. The private sector is profit-oriented. Orhan, I'd like to ask you the question. Did you get a profitability or a cost reduction of 15 to 20% in your company? We have more than 200 staff working in production. And when we went digital, we had an efficiency increase of 15 to 20%, like 25 to 30 people. Well, analysis are digital now. We used to assign the task to one person in each and every unit to analyze the data. When we look at the total, the efficiency is as high as 15% in terms of OPEX. When we calculate in numbers with the minimum wage, it's 1.2 million TL of gain, profit. Well, it could be around 1 to 1.5 million US dollars. And this saving is every year. It's not for once. That money will stay in your pocket every year. If this is made sustainable, we will benefit from this with more added value every year. It's not only about operational costs in TQM, in in terms of production at high level, because you export to the other part of the world. If there's a quality problem there, then you will have to compensate for the loss. It could be a spare part, it could be a loss of reputation, image, or you have to produce something again. And with digitalization, the costs will go down. Production planning will be made more frequently with digitalization. I believe that this cycle will continue. I think that going digital or digitalization will evolve, will continue to evolve. It won't stop at a certain point. There is a marketing cost. There is the big customer. Ferrari. We know that you manufacture for the supply chain of Ferrari. Yes, we did. In terms of quality, if there's a deliberate problem in terms of time, it will have an impact on the parent company. Well, we don't risk it much. If we have such a problem, then that customer will not place an order again.
So what we can derive from what you've said, that in the supply chain and value chain, parts that you're producing, let's say the automotive parts from Ferrari, so it has an impact on the entirety of the chain. I mean, large-scale companies, international mega companies, they have to integrate, they have to invest in SMEs to integrate with them also digitally. As Orhan Bey said a while ago, you have to complete your internal integration, but you have to integrate with the supply chain as well, because everything is interconnected. And as far as we've understood from the comments, large scale and small SMEs, they have to reach a middle ground. They have to integrate with one another. Yes, there's an interesting thing here. Digitalization will cause dismissal and people resigning from their work. People say you can't stop technology. Let me give a real example without giving any names. Let's say the main industry, automotive producer, company A is producing with 12 people, the competitor is producing with 14 people. So this is an example from lean production, but it fits also digitization. And then they reduced the number of 12 staff to four. So what will happen to the staff? I mean, the students and industry representatives are asking these questions. So reduced it from 12 to 4. What happens to the remaining 8? Did you put them in front of the door? Did they have to leave? Well, so you can compete with 12 people, but with 4 people, and you can't compete with 4 people. So you get the job and start doing it. You have a line with 4 people, 4 people remain. The balance is 4. So because of profitability, you're setting up new lines. You're not sacking 8 people. You're re-employing them. So productivity is 15%. Of course, we didn't reduce it to numbers. There are new workstations are created. So new areas are emerging. So they can be removed to other stations, relocated. So no one is out of job. What happened to the guy with the 14 staff? Who won, who lost in this game? Well, our customer wins. We win. Our employees win because their salaries improve. And as you said, if you can't catch up with technological developments, you have to downsize, and competitors, they are downsizing. But what shall you do? I mean, this is what I wanted to say. In the digitalization process, you have to retrain, re-educate people. You have to be advantageous vis-a-vis other countries as a country. But one more thing, excuse me. I mean, we talked about just having a fair structure. It's not difficult to do this all over the world. I mean, they say that Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, you can solve the hunger problem with part of the income. So they say, and if you want to do it, you can do it. Microphone, please. Carbon footprint release. It's an important issue on the agenda. Zero footprint. What about hybrid working? Another, well, do you have such visions in your companies? Well, this is an international problem. Carbon footprint. Release, carbon release, and the world leaders, they're meeting to talk about it, and this is a universal vision. So as an industrialist, we are here to take our share of responsibility. We're open to recommendations, and we have consultants we work with, and we're open to their recommendation, their advice, and the professors' input. So they will shed light on our way, and so we make use of this. I mean, we're open to improvements when it comes to our carbon footprint, and the companies, they are trying to come up with internal solutions solutions related to the industries, and we have heavy industry here as well. So about the chromat was introduced to our industry, which is volatile chromium. So it's measured, and you have to prevent it from being discharged into the water, the molecular components are being investigated, and it passivizes carbon. An element is used to make the carbon passive. They just presented. We have a powder dye facility, and it has a technical specification, a technical description. I'm deviating from the subject, but people are working on it. They're trying to release less carbon CO2 at factory level. So, and the facilities, premises that will be created in the future, they will use solar energy. We will use wind and solar power to electrify the companies, the factories. So we're looking into low carbon solutions, and which also started with digitalization. I think digitalization is a vision. I mean, you remember they made these decisions on Bitcoin. It consumes lots of energy in the world. So, but how do you consume energy? By way of fossil fuel and petroleum. But now we have solar energy and wind energy instead. So the governments are trying to put that as a prerequisite. That will happen for manufacturing as well. When we say digitalization, power supply is also important. If you can combine wind and solar energy and digitalization, or bioenergy, if you can combine those elements with digitalization, we'll have a healthier world, a better future. So, because part of the vision of a digitalizing company is to be sensitive about environmental issues. Yes, what we have observed is as follows. We're running out of time. This is our last statement. We have clearly observed the following. Productivity, quality, if those two increase or improve, we can produce more with less resources. There's less waste, and electricity goes down, human resources are reduced, and consumption materials are reduced. As a result, it indirectly influences carbon CO2 emissions, and which are abated. You talked about HR. Can you wrap up this round with HR? You have touched upon it briefly in your comments, but what is your ask from industrialists, and you're teaching students, and what would you say? What is your ask from these people when it comes to digital transformation? Yes, sure. Firstly, you have to collaborate with the right institution in this process, as is the case in all other industries. There are people who say we can do it, but then they leave in the middle of the journey, and I've seen such examples. You have to work with the right consulting firms. And we have been talking about digital twins. It's like a similar manufacturing, which is the shop floor manufacturing, which is done digitally. So twins, there's a movie with Danny DeVito playing in it. So they're twins, but they're not similar to one another. This is not how digital twins should be. They should not be that different from one another. And whatever company you're working with, you have to go and see what they're doing on site. Everything looks good on paper, but you have to go and see how it works in practice. There is an invitation. Carmelo, what about you? You are active nationally and internationally, and you know the European culture very well. If our industry is motivated to export, and how will digitalization help them? What is your message to Turkish industrialists who would like to open up? We'll make a harsh introduction. Digitalization is transformation. Has been proven. So you have to change maybe the gear and go on. If you don't change gear, you have to be harsh. You have to change gear, otherwise you'll be stuck. Okay, companies need to pay attention to digitalization. You said, Orhan Bey, you're second generation company owner, and then large scale companies, MSMEs, everyone. Second generation. It's a success story if you're in the second generation, because 7 out of 10 companies they no longer exist in the first decade. In the second decade, the remaining percentage disappears. They are not sustainable. If you're family owned, you're a company with 30 years history. You're the second generation, and you're exporting to 85 companies. 85 countries. So, what is your message for Generation Z? And the benefits of digitalization are prominent and evident. But what is your message? What was your ask from Generation Z? This is our 45th year. My company is family-owned, established by my father and my uncle, and I am. We go on, and it goes on under my leadership as a second generation successor. Well, the new generation. It is important. I mean, social media is indispensable. Digitization is indispensable. And in companies, digitization is indispensable. Like social media is indispensable for the young generation. So it's like the industrial revolution. Now it's digitization revolution. So and the pandemic served this purpose, and It started with the French Revolution, where it started changing, and then the change went on with the Industrial Revolution. Now we are part of the digitization revolution. It's a turning point of the century. So now we have Clubhouse, these apps. People they try to manage their relationships there, and the same goes for companies and enterprises. They start to work in a hybrid way, remote controlled way, and by way of digitalization. And this is indispensable, unavoidable for industrialists and for those who manufacture products. Thank you very much for inviting us to this panel. IQ Digital Vision Incorporated organized this panel to evaluate this issue from 360 degrees. And thank you very much to the sponsors and the companies. And this motto of the meeting is to ensure justice in digital transformation, we have to digitally transform all together. Thank you very much. Stay healthy.
Evet, tüm değerli konuklarımıza hoş geldiniz demek istiyorum. Bugün sizlerle Universal Robots Türkiye ve Orta Doğu Ülke Müdürü olarak buluşmuş bulunuyorum. Evet, bu yıl pandemi sebebiyle fuara biz fiziki, dijital standımızla katılıyoruz ama bugün sizlerle paylaşacağımız kobot teknolojisi nedir ve uygulama örneklerini paylaşmaktan memnuniyet duyacağız. Bugün sizlere aslında iki bölümde çalışmamızı, başlığımızda olduğu gibi gerçekleştireceğiz. Birincisi öncelikli olarak kobot teknolojisinden bahsedip arkasından da uygulama örnekleriyle sizlere gerekli bilgileri aktaracağız. Ve daha sonrasında sorularınız olursa dijital standımız olduğu için burada sorularınızı bize ulaşarak sorabileceğinizi belirtmek istiyorum ve yaklaşık 30 dakika sürecek sunumumu sizlerle paylaşmak istiyorum. Evet, hep beraber açıkçası bir değişimin içindeyiz ve bu değişim hayatımızda her zaman olacak, oluyor ve açıkçası bu pandemiyle birlikte biraz daha fazla hızlı bir şekilde gerçekleşeceğini hep beraber gözlemliyoruz. Evet, şu anda bir endüstri devriminin Endüstri 4.0 olarak adlandırılan ama bugün sizlerle bunu da hep beraber gözden geçireceğimiz bir aşamadan geçiyoruz ve nereye gideceğimiz hakkında da projeksiyonda bulunmak isterim. Evet, bugün Endüstri 4 devriminin içindeyiz ama ne noktaya gideceğiz? Ama bu değişimi görmeden de bunu açıkçası bilemeyiz. Öncelikli olarak değişen ihtiyaçlara göre günümüzde yüksek çeşitlilik ve düşük adetlerde üretim konseptlerinin daha çok hayatımıza girdiğini, bununla birlikte hayatımızın daha çok dijital olduğunu ki bugün sizlerle biz fizikiden ziyade pandemi sebebiyle dijital olarak buluşmayı tercih ettik ve hayatımızın her evresinde bunu daha da fazla görüyoruz. Evet, bununla birlikte değişen ürün ve taleplerle birlikte de kompleksitenin de arttığı genel bir gerçek. Ve bununla birlikte de son kullanıcıların veya bu süreç içinde yer alan tüm paydaşların kesinlikle daha süreklilikte ve başarılı bir şekilde ürünler ve sistemler elde etme çabası olduğu da bir gerçek. Ve bu da tabii ki her zaman olduğu gibi hızlı ve güvenilir teslimat ve bununla ilgili müşteri taleplerini yerine getirme gibi kavramları karşımıza çıkartıyor. Peki, bugün sizlere aslında bu değişimi robotlar safhasında nasıl olduğunu, nasıl ilerlediğini kısaca paylaşmak istiyorum. Detaylarına da gireceğiz. Evet, öncelikli olarak değişen bu dönüşümün içerisinde açıkçası sistemlerin daha çok tekrar konumlandırılabilir ve esnek bir şekilde çalışabilmesi önem arz ediyor. Bununla birlikte açıkçası insanla etkileşimin daha da önemli hale geldiğini nedenleriyle ele alacağız. Ve bununla birlikte açıkçası fabrikalardaki alanlarımız veya robotun kullanılabileceği, teknolojik olarak otomasyonun kullanılabileceği alanlarda etkileşimli iletişimin ve paylaşılan alanın olması gerek fabrikalarda kaplanan alan gerekse verimlilik açısından da önemli olduğunu biliyoruz, gözlemliyoruz. Ve bu noktada da esnek üretim mantığının hayatımıza ne kadar önemli bir şekilde katma değer sağladığını pandemide görmüş olduk. Ve bununla birlikte de düşük işletme maliyeti her zaman olduğu gibi bununla birlikte sürecin en iyi şekilde ilerletilebilmesi için düşük üretim maliyeti ve kısa sürede yatırım dönüşümünde kolaboratif robot teknolojisiyle sağlandığını söyleyebiliriz. Evet, günümüzde Endüstri 4.0 kavramını konuştuğumuzu söyledik ama açıkçası ne noktaya evrileceği de bu sürecin içindeki yapacağımız, açıkçası alacağımız aksiyonlara göre değişecek. Bu noktada da aslında bazı değişimleri gözlemliyoruz. Bunlar nedir diyecek olursak, özellikle platformlar, yani platformların değişimi ve gelişimi noktasında ciddi bir şekilde fark olduğunu gözlemliyoruz. Ve özellikle özelleştirmenin ve maddi kazançtan ziyade ki geçtiğimiz haftalarda iklim konferansında bununla ilgili Birleşik Milletler Komisyonu Başkanı'nın dünya ülke liderlerine paylaştığı bilgiler aslında bu noktada hepimize önemli bilgiler verdiğini söyleyebiliriz. Ve her şeyden önce de alışılagelmiş aslında bugün hepimizin ağzında olan insan veya makineden insan ve makineye geçeceğimizi öngördüğümüzü söyleyebilirim. Evet, bu noktadan kolaboratif robot nedir noktasından bu çıkışla sizlerle bilgiler paylaşmak istiyorum. Öncelikli olarak şu anda konuştuğumuz kolaboratif robot teknolojisinin 50'den fazla ülkede yaklaşık olarak 15 yıldır dünyada çalıştığını söyleyebilirim. Peki bu teknoloji nedir? Ne sağlıyor? Bunların hepsinin detayına ineceğiz. Ama öncelikli olarak Universal Robots Türkiye olarak bir Danimarka şirketi olan 2008 yılında ilk ürünü satmış ve pazarda %50 pazar payına sahip olan bir şirket olan Universal Robots otomasyonu herkese erişilebilir hale getirmeye çalışıyor ve 2020 yılı sonu itibariyle de toplamda 50 bin kurulu robotla pazarda liderliğini ve bu teknolojiye yön vermeye devam ettiğini söyleyebilirim. Evet, peki nerelere ulaşıyoruz, neler yapıyoruz? Bunlar hakkında çok küçük bir görüntüyle sizlerle bilgi paylaşmak isterim. Herhangi bir ölçekteki en küçükten en büyüğe, herhangi bir endüstrideki uygulamalarda robotları görebilirsiniz ve Universal Robots uygulamalarını görebilirsiniz. Herhangi bir endüstri veya herhangi uygulama ve en küçükten en büyüğe. Peki kobot teknolojisi nedir? Kobot teknolojisi aslında birazdan detaylarına bakacağız ama şöyle özetleyebiliriz. Şu anda ekranda Universal Robots kobotlarının 2 temel serisini görüyorsunuz ki bunlar da kaldırma kapasitelerine ve yarıçaptaki erişimlerine göre sınıflandırılıyor. Bunlar da örneğin 3 kilogramlık, 5 kilogramlık, 10 kilogramlık robotlarla beraber 3, 5, 12,5 ve 16 kilogram olmak üzere E serisi olarak adlandırdığımız 2 temel seri ürün grubunun burada şu anda sağ üst tarafta çalışan farklı operasyonlarda kullanılan örneklerini gözlemleyebilirsiniz. Peki burada temel olarak farklar nedir diye soracak olursak aslında iki seri arasındaki temel farkı şöyle özetleyebiliriz. Bir tanesi E serisi biraz daha özelleştirilmiş ve advanced uygulamalarda kullanılmak üzere geliştirilen ve her çeyrekte altyapısı da geliştirilerek ve yeni eklentiler ve özelliklerle ilerleyen bir platform olduğunu söyleyebilirim. Ve bu şekilde de pazarda Universal Robot bu gördüğünüz ürünleri üretmekle birlikte sistem olarak da ekosistemleriyle ve bu teknolojinin kullanılması noktasında önemli faydalar sağlayacak şekilde çalışmalarını devam ettirmektedir. Evet, kobot nedir? Kobot aslında şu anda konuşulan ve paylaşılan bilgilerde insanla beraber çalışan robot olarak adlandırılıyor. Bu tanımın yeterli olmadığını düşünüyoruz. Çünkü biraz önce bahsetmiş olduğumuz Endüstri 4.0, 5.0 kavramları, dönüşüm, değişim, talepler, istekler aslında bize bu dönüşüm içerisinde sahip olduğumuz böyle bir ürünün özelliklerinin sadece insanla beraber güvenli çalışması olarak adlandırılmasının yeterli olmadığını gösteriyor. Peki biz nasıl adlandırıyoruz? Hızlı kurulabilen, esnek kullanılan, kolay programlanan ve güvenli kullanılan endüstriyel robotlara biz collaborative olarak adlandırıyoruz. Bunların detaylarını birazdan göz atacağız. Evet, birincisi hızlı kurulum. Şu anda gördüğünüz gibi robotlar çok hafif ve esnek yapıları sebebiyle iki kutuda size gönderiliyor ve oldukça hafif bir yapıdalar. 4 civatayla burada montajı yapıldıktan sonra 220 voltluk enerji beslemesiyle kobotlar çok basit bir şekilde görüldüğü üzere kontrol kumandasıyla da bağlantıları yapılıp 220 enerjisi verilip görüldüğü gibi ekranda şu anda kullanım kumandasıyla robot 30 dakikalık bir sürede kurulup daha sonrasında toplamda da 63 dakikalık bir sürede basit bir programlama da yapılarak hazır hale getirilebildiğini söyleyebiliriz. Bu öncelikli olarak hızlı kurulum kavramı altında sizlerle paylaşmak istediğim bilgi. İkincisi ise esnek kullanım. Esnek kullanım açıkçası şu şekilde tanımlıyoruz. Yani robotun tek başına ihtiyaç halinde tek bir yerde fix bir şekilde kullanılmasından ziyade robotun ihtiyaç halinde fabrika içerisinde bir noktadan diğer bir noktaya taşınarak uç elemanlarının da ki birazdan bahsedeceğim tak çalıştır üretimi başta konseptini değiştirilerek farklı operasyonlarda kullanılabilmesini aslında ifade ediyor. Ve bu biraz önce gördüğümüz manuel bir arabayla taşınabildiği gibi şu anda günümüzde önemli bir şekilde hayatımıza da girmeye başlayan MR ya da AGV olarak adlandırdığımız otonom araçlarla da entegre ve kolay entegrasyonla da eşlenik bir şekilde çalışarak farklı görevlerde esnek bir şekilde kullanılabildiğini söyleyebiliriz. Evet, görüldüğü gibi şu anda 24 voltluk bir enerji beslemesiyle de buradaki MR'a direkt bağlantısı yapılan kobot görüldüğü gibi bir istasyondan parçayı alıp konveyörün üzerine operasyon için bırakmış bulunuyor. Evet, kolay programlama şöyle özetlemek istiyorum. Kobot çok hafif ve iki konsepte de programlanabiliyor. Birinci olarak şu anda ekranda görüldüğü gibi operatör arkadaşımızın elindeki kullanım kumandası ki bu ekranda da robotun tüm hareketleri 3D olarak görülebiliyor. Ve şu anda işaret edildiği gibi oradaki tuşa basarak robotu boşa çıkartıp elle çekme veya sürükleme yordamıyla robot programlama konseptine sahip. Ve bununla birlikte yine birazdan detaylarda görüyor olacağız. Tamamen bir tablet mantığındaki kullanım kumandasındaki yönlendirme tuşlarına da basmak suretiyle kobotu kolay bir şekilde programlama mümkündür. Ve şu anda bir alma bırakma uygulamasını çok kısa bir sürede gerçekleştirildiğini söyleyebilirim. Evet, son olaraksa özellikle güvenliğinin altını çizmek gerekirse Universal Robots kolaboratif robotlarında 15 ya da 17 seviyede güvenlik parametresi ve ayarının olduğunu söyleyebilirim. Bu da zaten aslında konvansiyonel robotlardan ayrılan temel özelliklerden bir tanesi. Burada da şu anda 2 tanesini paylaşacağız. Birincisi herhangi bir şekilde harici bir objeyle veya bir kuvvetle robot karşı karşıya kaldığı durumda otomatik olarak ayarlanan kuvvet birimine göre otomatik olarak durup eğer istenilirse de kaldığı yerden devam etmesi veya şu anda ekranda görüldüğü gibi robotun belli bir alan içerisinde çalışması gibi toplamda 15 ya da 17 seviyede güvenlik parametresi özellikle yapılan projedeki ihtiyaca göre risk analizleriyle belirlenip bu özelliklerin set edilmesiyle beraber insanla beraber güvenli çalışma imkanı sağlanabilir. Evet, şu anda bu görüntü aslında dönüşümün ve değişimin bir başlangıcı ve çok hızlı bir şekilde devam ettiğini ve edeceğini de biliyoruz. Peki çok hızlı bir şekilde burada detayları girecek olursak, konvansiyonel robotlar hayatımızda olacak. Ama giderek kolaboratif robotlar bu pazarda ve robot olarak hayatımızda daha fazla yer alacağı gibi bir kesin gerçekle karşı karşıyayız ki bunu da Dünya Robot Federasyonu'nun öngörüsü olarak yaklaşık olarak 2025 yılına kadar toplam robot pazarının %35 ile 40'ı oranında bir pazarda yer alacağını biliyoruz. Bunlar peki hangi sebeple? Kobotun çok hızlı kurulabilmesi, herkes tarafından kolayca programlanabilir yapısı olması, esnek kullanılmayı bahsettik. Bununla birlikte çok küçük ve naif bir yapısı olduğu için de, kompakt yapısı olduğu için de kobotlar çok küçük alanda insanlarla da beraber çalışarak açıkçası önemli faydalar sağladığını endüstride ve endüstri dışı alanlarda gözlemliyoruz. Peki ortalama işletme maliyeti neden düşük? Şöyle özetleyebiliriz. Kobotların biraz önce saydığımız özellikleriyle beraber risk analizleriyle birlikte şu anda ekranda sol tarafta görülen güvenlik ekipmanlarına ihtiyacı olmaması durumunda ve kolay programlama mantığını ve toplam olarak hızlı bir şekilde devreye alabilme yeteneği sebebiyle ve düşük enerji tüketimiyle ki 220 ile çalıştığının altını çizmiştim. Herhangi bir yeni bir enerji altyapısına da ihtiyaç duymadan devreye alınıp kullanılabilmesi, kobotu ve esnek kullanımı mantığı aslında ortalama işletme maliyetinin daha düşük olması ve yatırımın geri dönüşünü hızlı sağlaması gibi temel bir faktörü karşımıza çıkarmak. Peki kobotlar nerede kullanılıyor? Kobotlar başlangıçta belirttiğimiz gibi herhangi bir endüstride karşımıza çıkabilir. Bunlar neler? Havacılıktan otomotive, yan sanayi, mobilya, metal makina, bununla birlikte araştırma geliştirme, plastik endüstrisi ve bununla birlikte elektrik, elektronik ve gıda ve tarım gibi değişik alanlarda karşımıza ekranda görüldüğü gibi paketleme paletlemeden, montaj uygulamalarına, kalite, kontrolden çapa kalmaya, makine beslemeye ve bu plastik enjeksiyon ve bununla birlikte alma bırakma, yapıştırma, dağıtma, kaynak gibi çok farklı uygulamalarda başarıyla kullanılabilir. Evet, kobotlar bu özellikleriyle beraber tabii hayatımıza farklı anlamlarda katma değer sağlıyor. Bunlar neler? Özellikle hızlı kurulumuyla beraber insanla beraber çalışarak özellikle KOBİ'lerin düşük üretim adetlerinde fakat yüksek çeşitlilikte üretime yapma ihtiyacında bu esnek yapılarıyla çok ciddi bir şekilde katma değer sağlıyor. Ve özellikle Türkiye'de yaklaşık %98'inin KOBİ olduğu bir ülkede Endüstri 4.0 ya da 5.0 kavramlarını konuştuğumuz noktada bu teknolojiye geçiş için firmaların bu endüstriyel bariyerleri aşabilmesi adına önemli katkılar sağladığını söyleyebiliriz. Evet, teknik anlamda da şöyle söyleyebilirim. Alışılagelmiş konvansiyonel robotlarda bilinen tüm özelliklerin kolaboratif robotlarda da Universal Robots kolaboratif robotlarında olduğunu ve hatta bazı özel fonksiyonlarının da ona ciddi anlamda fayda katkı sağladığını ve kendini rakipsiz hale getirdiğini de söylemek mümkün. Evet, şu anda bu ekranda birinci bölümde sizlerle paylaştığım esnek kullanım mantığının açıkçası konseptini paylaşacağımız bir örneği görüyoruz. Bu platform Universal Robots tarafından geliştirilen fakat tüm kullanıcılara üçüncü taraf otomasyon şirketleri ya da bir freelance bir şirket tarafından da bir ürün geliştirme konseptiyle ürünlerin geliştirilip Universal Robots'a sertifika edildikten sonra Universal Robot sayfasında tüm dünyaya kullanıcılar için sunulan bir platform. Bu platformda neler var? Gripper'lar, kameralar, uygulama kitleri ve UR kitler. Peki neyi sağlıyor? Hızlı güvenilir kullanımı, kurulumu ve açıkçası başarılı bir şekilde hızlı devreye almayı sağlıyor. Ve burada ekranda görüldüğü gibi gripper sistemleri, adaptif gripper, pneumatik tahrikli, kamera sistemleri, kaydırıcılar, zımpara makineleri, kaynak makineleri, ceketler gibi otomasyon dünyasında robotlu otomasyon alanında ihtiyacımız olabilecek herhangi bir burada ekipmanı bulabilirsiniz. Ve bu ekipmanlarda ilgili tedarikçiler tarafından sağlandığını söylemek gerekir. Evet, herkes programlayabilir dedik. Peki bu sadece bir cümle mi? Hayır. Web sayfamızda 7/24 ulaşılabilen, ücretsiz, 16 dilde ve Türkçe'de dahil olmak üzere interaktif bir eğitimle yaklaşık olarak 87 dakika ve uygulama bazlı eğitimler de mevcut. Burada Kobot'u hiç bilmeyen biri dahi bu eğitimi tamamladıktan sonra biz ona verdiğimizde Kobot'u kurabilir, basit programlar yapabilir. Daha sonrası ise açıkçası kişi veya firmaların yeteneği ve ilgisiyle beraber üstüne konularak devam edebilir. Bu noktada da zaten bizler Universal Robots olarak ürün satışımızı distribütörler üzerinden ve nitelikli işlerinde yapılabilmesi, son kullanıcıların yapamadığı işleri de ve katma değer yaratılabilmesi için de sistem entegratörlerimiz üzerinden çalıştığımızı bu vesileyle paylaşmak istiyorum. Evet, son olarak son 10 dakikamızı uygulama örnekleriyle geçirmek istiyorum. Burada da çok farklı endüstri alanlarında farklı uygulamaları göreceğiz. Evet, öncelikli olarak burada bir otomotiv endüstrisindeki bir cıvatalama ya da lokma sıkma operasyonunu görüyoruz. Yine klasik üretim yöntemlerini değiştiren bir yapıda normalde aracın üzerindeki skit üzerine konumlandırılmış ve 360 derece tüm eksenlerde dönüş kabiliyetiyle çok dar alanlara girecek şekilde operatörle de yan yana çalışma konseptinde bir montaj operasyonunda kullanıldığını burada gözlemliyoruz. Evet, bu ise bir kozmetik ya da ilaç şirketi. Burada paketleme, paletleme uygulamalarında kullanılıyor kobotlar. Ve burada toplamda 7 tane hatta çok farklı ürün tiplerinde ürünün değişimiyle birlikte uç elemanlarının hızla değiştirilerek kullanıldığı bir üretim konsepti. Ve burada da şu anda görüntüde kolaboratif robot kelimesinin içeriğini gördüğümüz bir görüntüyle karşı karşıya kaldık. Ve 2 tane farklı besleme istasyonuyla, konveyör sistemiyle gelen ürünler burada paletleme işlemi yapılarak 2 palet üzerinde biri dolduktan sonra diğerine geçip sonsuz üretim konseptinin sağlandığı ve küçük alanlarda kolaboratif konsepte az alan kaplayarak çalışan bir paletleme sistemini gözlemledik. Evet, diğeri ise bir cıvatalama operasyonu ve bu operasyona dikkat ederseniz bir kaydırıcı ünite. Bununla birlikte herhangi bir şekilde burada iş bir kazasına sebebiyet vermemek için alan tarayıcı ve diğer güvenlik ekipmanlarıyla devreye alınmış bir sistemi görüyorsunuz. Bu sistemde de elektrik ekipmanları üreten bir şirketteki cıvatalama operasyonları başarıyla gerçekleştiriliyor. Evet, bu da yine esnek otomasyona çok güzel bir örnek. CNC besleme operasyonu. Bu şirket medikal alanında hizmet veren, otomobil endüstri alanında hizmet veren bir şirket ve buradaki CNC besleme boşaltma işlemlerinde görüldüğü gibi çok kolay bir şekilde robotu elle öğreterek ve gerektiğinde de robotu başka istasyonlara taşımak suretiyle farklı üretimlerde kullanıldığı bir sistemi gözlemliyoruz. Evet, yine kaynak noktasında da açıkçası alışılagelmiş üretim konseptlerinden çok farklı bir şekilde avantajlar sunan bir kaynak sistemi gerçekleştirilebilir. Şöyle ki özellikle yüksek çeşitliliğin, düşük adetlerin olduğu ve robotun özellikle taşınmasının da ihtiyacının işletmelere ciddi avantajlar sağladığı durumlarda görüldüğü üzere en basit kaynaktan ağır kaynağa kadar kobotların kullanılabildiği onlarca örnek yer aldığını sizlerle paylaşmak mümkün. Ki web sayfamızda da ilginizi çekerse burada uygulama bazlı ve endüstri bazlı çok fazla sayıda örnek uygulamaları görebilirsiniz ki bunlar da müşterilerin ağzından tecrübelerinin yansıtıldığı bir çalışma olduğunu söyleyebilirim. Evet, burada ise cam endüstrisinde robotun biraz önce bahsettiğim farklı özelliklere sahip olduğunu, o özelliklerden bir tanesinde özellikle uygulanan baskı kuvvetinin force torque kuvvet sensörüyle yönetilebilmesini, buradaki zımparalama, kumlama operasyonunda robotun elle yönlendirme suretiyle öğretilmesinin avantajı da kullanarak çalışan bir sistem yapısını cam sanayinde görmüş oluyoruz. Evet, bu örnekse özellikle external TCP olarak adlandırdığımız iş takım tool'unun harici bir noktada konumlandırılarak iş parçasını robot tarafından elle alınıp çapak alma ya da polisaj olarak adlandırdığımız bir proseste kullanıldığı başarılı bir örnek olduğunu söyleyebilirim. Evet, burada da yine klasik üretim yöntemlerini değiştirdiğini söyleyebileceğim. Özellikle şu anda halihazırda birçok şirkette mastik operasyonunun kullanıldığını biliyoruz. Peki burada ne tür bir fark var? Dikkat edildiği üzere robotun 360 derece dönüş kabiliyeti, az alanda çok fazla iş yapabilmesi, fens gibi burada herhangi bir şekilde insanla çalışmayı engelleyecek bir konsepte olmayan monoblok şasede farklı üretim sistemlerinde farklı yerlerde fabrika içerisinde taşınarak kullanılabileceği bir sistem yapısını burada gözlemledik. Evet, burada sprey ya da boya uygulamaları burada da çok farklı özelliklerde avantajlar sağlıyor. Öncelikli olarak yine robotun esnek, kompakt yapısı ve hafif yapısı robotu birçok yerde konumlandırabilmeye, el hareketlerini direkt tekrar ederek öğretmek fonksiyonuyla da çok hızlı bir şekilde devreye alınıp farklı üretim konseptlerinde, farklı işlerde, farklı iş parçalarında hızlı bir şekilde öğreterek üretimde kullanmak yine mümkün. Evet, burada da bir makine besleme operasyonunda, apkant besleme operasyonunda özellikle robotun hareketlerinize dikkat etmenizi rica ediyorum. Ekseni olarak çok dar alanda bütün eksenlerinin 360 derece dönüş kabiliyeti robota daha az cycle zamanında iş yapabilmesini ve daha küçük alanda iş yapabilmesini sağlamış durumda. Evet, burası bir kalite kontrol sistemi. İki robot burada kamera sistemleriyle entegre bir şekilde kalite kontrol prosesini gerçekleştiriyor ve görüldüğü gibi burada bir aracın dashboard'u olabilir veya herhangi bir endüstrideki herhangi bir uygulamada kalite kontrol sürecini gerçekleştirebildiğini söyleyebiliriz. Evet, makine besleme operasyonlarında burada da bir direnç kaynağı operasyonunda robotun parça besleme amacıyla kullanılarak buradaki görüldüğü üzere direnç kaynağının gerçekleştirilip sürekli olarak prosesin devam ettirildiği bir yapıyı gözlemliyorsunuz. Burada parça besleme sisteminin robot bazasının ve genel olarak iş parçası bittikten sonra kasaya koymak suretiyle çok basit ve yalın bir konsepte görüldüğü gibi üretim tesisinde çok hızlı şekilde devreye alınmış bir sistemi de sizlerle paylaşmış oldum. Evet, bu basit sistemlerden daha advanced sistemlere de gidecek olursak, örneğin robotun üzerindeki standart olarak sunulan konveyör tracking yani konveyör takip opsiyonu ile beraber robotun baskı kuvvetini ayarlanabilmesi, biraz önce bahsetmiş olduğumuz yapay zeka olarak adlandırabileceğimiz ki bunun tanımı çok geniş, hangisini düşünürseniz burada örneğin kamera sistemiyle kullanılıyor. Robot akan hatta aracın konumunu belirleyip belli bir baskı kuvvetiyle etiketini alıp yapıştırıyor ve hat continuous bir şekilde devam ediyor. Evet, bu uygulamada özellikle plastik endüstrisindeki insan kobotun beraber çalıştığı ve özellikle de buradaki operasyonda yine iş güvenliği koşulları da dikkate alınarak alan tarayıcının kullanıldığı ve sistem yapısında belli bir cycle time'daki iş görevi robota, geri kalanları da operatöre verilerek insanın bilişsel yeteneklerinden robotla beraber çalışarak faydalanıp sistem verimliliğinin çok daha fazla olduğu MIT tarafından yapılan bir çalışmayla tespit edilmiştir. Evet, son birkaç uygulama örneğini sizlerle paylaşarak bugünkü sunumumu tamamlıyor olacağım. Özellikle esnek üretim konseptinde önümüzdeki süreçte kolaboratif robotların MER ve AGV sistemleriyle şu anda ekranda gördüğünüz gibi bir kitting operasyonunda parçalarını hazırlayarak ilgili istasyonlara taşıdığı bir görüntüyü görüyorsunuz ki ve Universal robotlarının özellikle otonom araç ve KOGUT'un entegrasyonunda yine tak çalıştır üretime başla konseptiyle fark yarattığını ve çok hızlı bir şekilde MER'lara monte edilerek veya AGV'lere monte edilerek üretime başlanabildiğini tecrübe ettiğimizi sizlere söyleyebilirim. Evet, esnek üretim mantığına diğer bir örnek görüyoruz. Burada hem KOGUT'un örneğin şu anki bir prese taşınmasına, aynı robotun fabrika içerisinde dikkat edildiği üzere farklı istasyonlara götürülüp iş yapmasını burada görebiliyoruz ki burada da bir adaptif elektrikli bir gripper'la hava ihtiyacı olmadan robot kendi enerjisini 24 volt alarak buradaki proseslerde insanla beraber çalıştığı bir uygulamayı görüyorsunuz ve basit güvenlik önlemleriyle de robot çalışarak üretimine devam etmektedir. Evet, son uygulamam özellikle polisaj alanında bir örnek. Burada da 2 tane robot tepeden asılmış bir şekilde yine bir slider'a monte edilmiş şekilde. Görüldüğü gibi bahçe mobilya yapan bir şirketin ürünlerinin üzerindeki zımparalama proseslerini gerçekleştiriliyor ve bu istasyonda çok farklı tipte, farklı özellikteki onlarca iş parçası görüldüğü gibi 2 robot tarafından yine UR Plus, burada Mirka'nın Aeros olarak adlandırılan 2 tane ürünüyle burada tak çalıştır konseptinde çalıştığını söyleyebilirim. Yine aynı istasyonda görüldüğü gibi farklı bir iş parçasının yine aynı 2 robot tarafından ekranda görüldüğü gibi kaydırıcı üniteler, tak çalıştır konseptindeki son uç elemanlarıyla çalıştığını sizlerle paylaşmış oldum. Evet, şu anda sanıyorum süremi doldurdum ve özetle sizlerle bugün paylaştığımız uygulama örnekleri ve teknolojik anlamda fark yaratan özellikler, özellikle kolaboratif robotların hayatımıza neden hızlı bir şekilde girdiğini ve gireceğini sizlere net olarak açıklamıştır diye zannediyorum. Ama eksik kalan ve sorularınız olduğu noktada daha önce belirttiğim gibi sizleri standımıza, dijital standımıza davet ederek burada sorularınızı cevaplamaktan memnuniyet duyacağımızı söylemek istiyorum. Herkese beni dinlediği için teşekkür ediyorum. Sağlıklı günler dilerim.
Minister, Consul General, esteemed presidents, visitors, and dear members of the press. After a break of 2 years, Eurasia's leading industry fair, WIN-EURASIA, is being launched at the moment, and welcome to the opening ceremony of that. Today is the 10th of November. For this occasion, first I'm inviting you to commemorate Atatürk with affection on the 83rd year of his passing. So participants are making this fair a larger event, and for their opening remarks, I'd like to give the floor to one of our Messes co-chairs. You have the floor.
Dear Minister, dear Consuls, dear Presidents, distinguished guests, dear members of the press, dear friends, I would like to warmly welcome all of you to the Eurasia's leading industry fair, WIN-EURASIA Hybrid. After almost 2 years, it is really wonderful to be back together again here at the fairground, seeing all of you healthy and set to move forward. As many of you already know, this is my last WIN fair as General Manager of Hannover Fairs Turkey. At the end of this year, I will be handing over my duties to that lady, Annika Clark. During the time I spent here as General Manager for more than 12 years, we all together have accomplished a lot in every fair we organized, and it was great to cooperate with all of you and to serve all of your industries. It was an honor for me to be here. I loved and appreciated my job. I loved living in that great but crazy city, Istanbul. I loved Turkey and its people. I loved being part of your community. But now it's time for me to move on and start a new chapter in my life. I will continue for a while to support Annika and the HFT team from my home in Germany before I will enjoy my family, only my family, with my 2 grandchildren as a retired one. I wish that the cooperation with my team and my successor and all of you will be the same loyal and fruitful like it was with myself. Then I'm not afraid for the future of our common shows. I'm wishing all of you success for the future, and Annika the same luck as I had. For today, I don't want to say goodbye. I just want to say see you again. Most probably, we will see us next year in June for the next WIN. I need to see how my WIN baby is developing and growing up. Till then, I'm wishing you and your families all the best, especially peace and health. Kolay gelsin, iyi günler, iyi fuarlar.
Dear Presidents, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, members of the press, friends, dear HFT team, also a very, very warm welcome from my side to WIN-EURASIA Hybrid this year. I was appointed in July as a new General Manager of Hannover Fairs Turkey as Alex's successor. And at this stage, Alex, thanks really from our heart for supporting me so much in this new role. I really appreciate it, and it helps a lot. Thanks a lot.
So it means a lot to me that the team of Hanover Fairs Turkey, our partners, customers, and all of you give me the feeling of coming home since I started here in Istanbul. Today we are opening WIN-EURASIA Hybrid, connecting the industry again and offering a platform where our customers can push their business again. Before leaving the stage for Dr. Jochen Köckler, Chairman of the Managing Board of Deutsche Messe, I would like to thank everyone who made our dream coming true, running shows again after this hard pandemic period. A special and a very, very big thank you goes to our Hanover Fairs Turkey team. I really appreciated how much you worked during the last months and years to make this dream come true again. And I'm pretty sure that with this great team and support by our partners and the industry, by you, we will manage to take our business many, many steps further in the coming months and years. Wishing everyone a successful show, and Dr. Köckler, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear Minister Büyükdere, Honorable Consul Generals, Honorable Presidents, esteemed supporters, valued visitors and members of the press. I'm pleased to welcome you today here in Istanbul to the official opening of the WIN-EURASIA Hybrid, Eurasia's leading industry fair, and as already mentioned by Alex and Annika, for us trade show managers, the pandemic time is a really tough time. So I'm very, very happy as CEO of Deutsche Messe, running trade shows in Hanover on our fairground, but all over the world, and seeing here again people being together and seeing, yes, with a mask, but seeing eyes and seeing really the enthusiasm, what happens if people are together. Over the next 4 days, we will bring together trade professional, and that is our DNA to do both, to generating leads for our client, our partners, our exhibitors, doing this here in the halls, but you can see the visitors is going on a stand and ask for the new innovation and the new product, and we do the same digital. And there is a question, and I'm quite often asked, hey, Mr. Köckler, why you are offering digital products that will shrink your trade shows? I'm really convinced, looking on you, everyone has a smartphone, hopefully not yet, but quite often a day in his hands, and with the smartphone, he's doing things. And we are really convinced that one who are not able to participating on a trade show, they are really able to get in contact with the exhibitor. Why we are doing this during a trade show? Because we are convinced that at the timing of a trade show, there will be the new innovation. Trade show is a bit like Olympic Games. At one time swinging or running against each other. That is the same what the exhibitors are doing. They are really competing against each other to find their new customers. And for the new customers, we are really convinced that here the WIN-EURASIA and the Hannover Messe in Hanover, or the industrial transformation in Mexico or in Singapore is a place where you find new participants. And what we did in April, okay, we are forced to do it, but this year in April we did the Hannover Messe. Thanks for all from Turkey. They trust us there, participating in this digital event with more than 1,800 exhibitors. We are highly motivated to bring really the people together in this way, and at the end of the way bring together the best from both worlds. Annika, when I'm here again in 5 years, it will be really interesting what is in 5 years happen with the trade shows. Are the exhibitors really mention, hey, we have 30% digital leads? Or if we say, you remember 2021, we are here with mask, everything will be in a way on a trade show that it was before COVID. So let us see. That will be decided by the market, by you. We are very happy to have here today 467 exhibiting companies, and yes, from 11 countries presenting their new products. even or more important is that we are so happy to have the WIN Buyers Delegation Program. So trade show make only sense if we bring buyers to our exhibitors. We host there more than 250 industry professionals from 20 countries. What a fantastic way to meet manufacturers in Turkey, start new partnerships, and close new business deals. Ladies and gentlemen, staging WIN requires a lot of teamwork and support. So thank you to our esteemed industry representatives and business partners who make this great show possible. And yes, you know this show is postponed. You all spend a lot of nerves, a lot of energy, and I would like to say a really XXL thank you to everyone, to the Ministry of Science, Industry, Technology, to the Ministry of Trade, all public institutions and association. Most of all, thank you, all the exhibitors, sponsors, and visitors. This is your success story. We are organizing the platform, but when we are all together, thank you for your attention. I wish you all a pleasant and successful show, and I would like to thank the CEO of Deutsche Messe, Alex, for his fantastic 12 years here in Turkey. Everyone in Hanover know Alex. He was our Mr. Turkey, not only in the industry topics. When I joined Deutsche Messe with Domotex, you know, for our carpet show, Turkey is very important. He explained me everything, and I really know he loved your country. That was only the possibility to do such a great job. So thank you very much for this fantastic work, Alex. And you see, Annika was with us more than 7 years in Hanover. She is so experienced in all topics of international trade, and having such a pre-successor, so Annika, you see and feel it. She is here to do the same great job, and we are very, very happy that she was highly interested to do this, and it's really great to see you and you as a team, how to do the bridge between the time from Alex to Annika and to see, and thanks a lot to the fantastic team we have here in Turkey, helping us together running here trade shows. The best time has to be to come. So thank you very much.
We would like to thank Mr. Kunal, Ms. Klar, and Dr. Kögler. Now I would like to give the floor to Turkish Machinery Federation's Deputy Chairman. Esteemed Deputy Minister, esteemed President of TİM, Turkish Exporters Assembly, representatives of diplomatic missions, as well as the valuable members of the Machinery Federation. Well, actually, this is a day of mourning for us. Our founder, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, I am commemorating him with great gratitude and affection. This day of mourning, and the coinciding of this fair actually has injected a little bit of momentum into this day of mourning, because last year we already had a preparatory meeting as if we were going to organize that particular fair, but unfortunately that pandemic troubled our business plans, our relationships, and this is why it's a particular source of pleasure for me to be here with you. And I'd like to provide a few pieces of information to you about the Machinery Federation. It was established in 2014, and it is focused on the structures of the machinery industries, both in Turkey and outside Turkey. But in Turkey, this has become a federation in 2014. Currently, we have 20 members and we have 3 observers. And since 2020, we've been using that name Turkey, thanks to the confirmation of the relevant ministries and approval of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. And
Well, in our industry, the structure is well established and deep-rooted, and all the associations that make up MACRED actually have exchanges with international federations and overarching institutions all around the world. They have membership at these platforms, they have contributions to these platforms as well, but at the same time, they focus on the values and benefits generated on these platforms accordingly. And MACRED is a member of ORGALM. It's actually the European Industrial Confederation. It's a member of that particular organization. The machinery sector, according to the data of 2020, it has over 17,000 manufacturers. It creates a great amount of employment, and it has a turnover of around 100,000 USD. So it creates a great amount of added value. This is a great economic player as well. It has R&D centers, it has design centers, and it also has a leading position in Turkey, and it's an industry that conducts studies in this area. And together with the registered ones, all the machinery companies have an R&D department or a design department. It may be either supported by the state or internally funded. So in a way, by nature, these companies have their design or R&D units. Well, this also has an implication on the industry and on the industry's relationship with the European Union. Well, as for the technical legislation and the alignment with the laws in Europe, actually, we have aligned our legislation, and this is why our direct counterpart is Europe right now and European players. Yes, the EU alignment processes are focusing on that. In addition to that, new situations arise here, and I would like to touch upon that a little bit. Carbon neutral policies are quite important here, and climate change, adaptation to climate change, combating climate crisis, and green transformation. All these issues actually have an impact on Europe, and this has had reverberations all around the world. This has become an economic activity, and this is going to create a climate in which trade is conducive. So the Paris Agreement has been ratified, an action plan has been already prepared by the relevant ministry, and we will be aligning ourselves accordingly, just as we did with the technical legislation. And in that particular time period, we were involved in all relevant efforts, and there is no doubt that we will continue to do so. The machinery industry, well, it has low carbon emissions actually, but it uses certain raw materials, and it deploys the machines produced by it. This is why the carbon emissions are directly linked with the operations of the machinery sector. This is why we are quite aware of the role that we play in that. And this is why we also have discussions accordingly. WIN-EURASIA is a platform where technology meets industry. So this has also been recognized this way as a meeting point for the both parties, and we make use of all the opportunities provided to us, and this is how we've basically attained an international position on this platform. I believe that it is going to be very successful in the future as well. So we also have member institutions and associations in our operations, and on behalf of MACRED, I'd like to express that we support this particular trade show, and we're very proud to see its accomplishments. Having said that, I would like to thank everybody for their contributions to this trade fair, to this for their contributions to the production of machinery as well. I would like to thank relevant ministries as well. I'd like to greet each and every one of you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We would like to thank our speakers. Now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. İsmail Güle, Chairperson of Turkish Exporters Assembly.
Bakan,
Esteemed Deputy Minister,
kıymetli Deutsche Messe yöneticileri,
representatives of Deutsche Messe,
Makine Federasyonumuzun kıymetli
esteemed Chairperson of Machinery Federation, Istanbul Chamber of Industry, Machinery Sector Representative,
ihracat ailesi, size
esteemed family of the exporters, I'd like to greet each and every one of you on behalf of Turkish Exporters Assembly. Yes, after 2 years, we're back
onların içerisinde bulunmakta.
physically in these trade shows, and it's a great pleasure for us. So the start of this offline period is going to signal
Türkiye ihracat
a tremendous economic activity, and all the trade shows that are being opened here, we attend them, we take part in them to express our support for our exporters, producers. So the picture that we have at hand is a great source of pride for us, especially trade conditions will change after the pandemic, and this is something that we see, and it's going to bring in a significant advantage for Turkey, for this country. And there is one thing that we're very happy to see in trade shows is as follows. Turkey and Turkish manufacturers, and there is a great attention and acknowledgement, recognition of Turkish products as well. And I've had the chance to take part in many trade shows consecutively, and the picture that I've seen was quite a happy one. I was in the packaging fair, I was in the Hubak fair, and I was in this WIN-EURASIA fair, and we've seen a intense attention from the delegations from all around the world, and the companies that we can see here and the exhibitors, they leave this exhibition with satisfaction. This is a reflection on our trade relations, and this also helps us come up with long-term projections that will guide us in the future. Well, Deputy Minister is with us at the moment, and with him being here, I'd like to think that we owe this to the government, our president, and all the relevant ministries. As we are involved in the supply chain in the world, we weren't really broken apart from it, and that's why we have that. Well, so this production chain, if there were any break point, we would be actually facing a different picture at the moment. Well, but we are proceeding and we're continuing as there is no interruption whatsoever, as we kept our promises, as we delivered on. There is a great improvement in our export volumes. It's actually going beyond our targets. We're talking about $20 billion monthly, and 200 billion USD is going to be the amount that we're going to conclude the year with, and the target that was set for the end of the year, it's going to be even higher than that, and it's a great pleasure for us, and we're very happy to see that indeed the production and exports in Turkey, it's so vivid, it's so energetic right now, and the greatest indicator for that is exports actually. And one other thing that makes us very happy is that exports and the way it covers the imports, and according to last month's figures, we can see it is 93, and God willing, our target is to see a surplus in foreign trade. Well, this is the Turkey that we would like to see, and for that, we need to strike certain balance. And I can see that this is going to be a case for the coming few years. And Turkey first will strike a balance, and then it will reach surplus values. And this is how we're going to cement our independence in economic terms as well. From the picture that we see here, the machinery sector
is an important sector for Turkey, and Mr. Sefer talked about that. And our exports are on track at the moment. Like 30% is the amount of increase attained at the moment, and machinery has been among the industries with the greatest rise in this percentage. So there is this appetite for investments, and there is this eagerness for capacity building or enhancements at the moment. And there is an activity and momentum as for machinery as well. So this adds to the appetite at the moment. I'd like to thank Mr. Alex here, because in that particular time period, he basically extended great support to the organization of these kinds of trade shows. He was very warm, and he was quite a kind person, and he also helped establish quite strong relations, and hopefully Anika will take this over, and she will contribute to the improvement of these kinds of trade shows, and she will continue to establish similar relations, and we will always support them as well. And I would like to thank Mr. Bülent for that. It was a difficult year actually, because for 2 years they were unable to organize fairs and trade shows, and not being able to organize anything for 2 years. It's a significant, severe fact. But there is an intensity to the extent that allows us to recoup the loss. So for that, I would like to wish that this fair proves fruitful for everybody, and the federation and the associations and the NGOs, and I would like to thank the ministry as well. So this actually has been quite a chance for us to have the deputy minister with us, and it's a great pleasure for us to work with them and in our services. Well, efforts are actually proving quite successful here at the moment. Industry, they're always standing beside industry and industrial activity. I would like to thank everybody again. I'd like to wish that it was fruitful, and I'd like to greet you once again.
Sayın Gül'e çok teşekkür ederiz. Son olarak
Thank you, Mr. Gülen. Now I would like to invite to the floor the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Industry and Technology, Mr. Hasan Büyükdede. Distinguished President of the Turkish Exporters Assembly, distinguished managers of Deutsche Messe, and the representatives and the chair of MAKFET, Mr. Bülent, the chair of TÜYAP, distinguished participants and members of the press. I would like to first of all take the opportunity to commemorate the founder of the Republic of Turkey, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, on the anniversary of his passing. And may his soul rest in peace. Organized on such a meaningful day, hosting thousands of visitors and participants from many countries. Welcome to WIN-EURASIA, the largest trade show of Eurasia. Welcome. From metal sheet processing to automation services, to electrical equipment, to hydraulic, pneumatic services, to in-facility logistics. All the details, all the ecosystem that could be needed is offered in this trade show. So I wish that this trade show be auspicious for everyone. We know that the machinery is the backbone of manufacturing. With a labor-dense economy, it is almost, it's very difficult, almost impossible to exist in today's world. Well, let's put aside the fact that it is a labor dance. If the machine is not smart and intelligent, if the production lines are not automated, then those will no longer exist. That's why the theme of the trade show was determined as digital transformation. That's why I would like to congratulate the managers for having set such a vision. The investors and the machinery manufacturers will attach great importance to Green Deal and green transformation. The global powers that lead the picture will try to convert the existence of emission into a tax system. And we can combine this with renewable energy. For green production, emitting less, wasting the resources at the minimum level, and benefiting from renewable resources. These are the things that we should be achieving. This is a great opportunity for all of us. Now, this is a call to the machinery manufacturers. Let's make our machinery smarter, more intelligent, and environment friendly. Let's invest in R&D. But we should also value staff with creative minds. Let's discriminate them positively. Let them create new ideas, because coming up with a new idea is more difficult than coming up with a new machinery. Let's adapt their creativity into our machinery, and in the meantime, let's empower our corporate identity. Now, this call goes to the machinery manufacturers. Make sure that you start replacing your old machinery with the smart machinery of today. Your priority should not be the prices. Your priority should be to prefer the efficient and smart products that will take you to the future. Adapt your own machinery to the requirements of the day. I'd like to say one thing. For a machinery manufacturer and a person who buys machinery, let's convert green transformation into an opportunity. And because of being signatory to different agreements, we will have to do it. In the renewable energy field, wind turbines, solar energy power plants, hydropower plants, and nuclear power plants. In terms of all of these, Turkey's policy is a very successful policy. We have an energy potential, and we have to make investments to make the best out of the potential we have. We are talking about digital transformation, digitalization, and Green Deal, and thirdly, energy efficiency. And fourthly, renewable energy. These are the topics that I touched upon. One thing that we should not forget is that in the post-pandemic era, there will be shifts in the supply chains, and there will be fluctuations in pricing. In the post-pandemic era, in the commodity prices, in the freight charges, we saw increases. And it is possible that we will see a recession. But I believe that we will no longer be able to conduct business based on the prices of the past. Even if we had not had a Green Deal, it is no longer possible to tolerate polluting the environment. When we prepare projects for the waste, we should also use our water very effectively and plan facilities and invest in the infrastructure. It's a requirement for all of us. I would like to thank İsmail Gülle for his valuable support in this field. With respect to recycling processed waters, in the projects that we prepared, he offered his plant to us. He implemented a prototype project in his plant. There were some requests made, so he offered his factory to us. So he has been giving us support in recovering water, processed water. So special thanks go to him. The foreign investors who come to the ministry want to be close to the water resources. Given the fact that a drought is at the doorstep, they always ask us about how close we are to water resources. There was a Korean company, probably you know about them. Before the transport network, the first question they asked was how we have access to water. So the requirements of the new world are completely different. Labor costs are increasing, raw material prices are increasing, logistics costs are increasing in the whole world. Of course, we'll see that this will have a repercussion on the finished product. The enterprises have to be agile. I believe that this is a must. And in the supply chain, starting with the supply chains, or in the supply of goods and services, we should be able to meet all the requirements. Let's make the best use let's make the best use out of Turkey's geographical location. Let's make sure that our focus is on the R&D centers, and we're trying to offer more area to such companies. There are a few companies who are in this trade show displaying their products. Before I conclude my words, I would like to thank everyone who made the WIN-EURASIA trade show possible. I would like to thank all participants. I would like to thank Deutsche Messe Group for having organized this trade show. Thank you very much. I wish this trade show to be auspicious for everyone, and I wish you all a very good market.
Sayın Bakanımıza çok
Thank you very much, His Excellency Minister. Let me share with you a message. Thank you very much for your kind invitation to the opening of the 27th edition of WIN-EURASIA. I greet all participants and I extend my gratitude to everyone, the Minister of Tourism, distinguished Minister, Consul Generals, distinguished participants, and members of the press. Republic of the Ministry of Industry and Trade and COSGAP and Ministry of Trade. We would like to thank all who supported us. We would like to thank everyone and invite everyone on stage for the ribbon cutting ceremony and for presenting their certificates.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very Thank you very much for your support. Thank you. Dankeschön.
Ya Bülent Bey sen de gelsene, sensiz olur mu abi, gel. Bülent abi gel. Mehmet gel. Mehmet gel. Mehmet. Gel gel. Geç şu tarafa. Hayırlı olsun. Hayırlı pazarlar olsun.
Programımız VIP turla devam edecektir. Açılışımıza
We will continue with the VIP tour. Thank you very much for the interest you have shown.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with everyone. I'm sure we have some participants are listening in online. I would like to say hello to them too. Hopefully, they will be present during the next trade show. Well, we have missed these trade shows and being together during trade shows, and they contribute to the economy and to the industry a lot. So we've realized that in their absence, actually. Everything being online was a different experience, so I think both will go hand in hand from now on. We're talking about digitalization today and its place in our day-to-day life, so we can't avoid it. It will be always there. I would like to introduce myself first, very briefly. Then I will introduce the speakers. My name is Tanya Özkan-Tibek. I'm a member of the board of Entech Automation. At the same time, I'm also a board member of ENOSAT. It's the Automation Industrialists Association. In this association, we have local and international members. 107 is the latest number of members. Tunç Bey and Aylin and their companies, they are also a member of our organization. Mahmut Bey from Renault, he kindly accepted our invitation and came from Bursa. Leaving his work behind, so we'll be here for an hour, and I'd like to introduce Aylin Layazan. She is a member of the board of Doruk Automation, and they have a product at the same time, which is an international brand at the same time called ProManage. She is the general manager of ProManage Corporation. Mahmut Şenaltun is from Oyak Renault. He is the digital transformation leader at Oyak. Tunç Bey comes from HKTM company, he is board member, and is also board member of ENOSAT Association. First, I would like to turn toward everyone. Is there anyone from the IT industry here in the room? Anyone from the IT industry? I know you, of course. I will not talk about IT, but we come from the field. Aylin Hanım, she's electronic control computer. I did a lot of automations. I'm from the field, so we are from the operation technologies sphere. That was a brief introduction about ourselves. We had conversations over the phone, and also Mahmut Bey. And I talked to him for 5 to 10 minutes, and without further ado, it was quite a lengthy introduction. Sorry for that. So as we were planning this panel, we were thinking about the automotive industry. And we had the automotive industry in mind, and what I have come across, we talk about automotive main industries digitizing themselves. Mahmut Bey will talk about, but at the same time, the supplier, the auxiliary industry, the supplier, they want to digitize themselves as well, because the main industry requested, and they're receiving pilot projects, and they're connected to the main industry horizontally, so we need to in order to establish that link, they requested that they do pilot projects. And I talked to Aylin Hanım, and this request is also related to white goods. So the main industry is asking the white goods suppliers to do the same. So it's quite sensitive. I haven't thought of it from this perspective. Let's continue the conversation where we left off, where it broke. Aylin Hanım. Yes, it's like a very difficult, challenging question asked by a journalist. Yes, what is your point on main industry, auxiliary industry being connected, being linked? Is it something that is avoidable or not? What is your take? Tunç Bey? Yes. Should we avoid it? Well, let me answer your question if you wish. Thank you very much. So as we were preparing ourselves for this panel, we had a conversation. I have several points that I wanted to discuss, and to what extent can we discuss what I was thinking. And Sami Bey, you're a good journalist. You could be a good journalist. You asked the right question. So now, of course, we work with the main industry and the suppliers, and they don't like to be called auxiliary industry, by the way, the suppliers, because we are like real industry. Why do they call it auxiliary or supportive? I mean, they may be right. So they're part of the supply chain, main industry, and suppliers. That's what they would like to call themselves. So the final product is being bought from the main industry, and in order to make the product cheaper, the main industry wants more economical, more custom, to be more custom oriented. They're engaging in several activities with the suppliers, like in the design process. Also, when it comes to pricing, they want the product to become cheaper, and for it to become cheaper, they have to engage more with their suppliers. What does that mean? I mean, production amount, unit production, costs, etc. So they go into lots of detail, and they also manufacture know how much the parts cost and how much they can pay for a material. Mahmoud Bey will talk about it. But and the suppliers or auxiliary industry, when they would like to be profitable when it comes to procuring, and when more productive when it comes to production, and produce at lower costs as much as possible. And they want to be integrated without people mingling or intervening in their internal affairs. And in Turkey and all over the world, they're discussing how to integrate the main industry with the suppliers, to what extent they can share information, and to what purpose they will use these data. And we are a member of ENOSET, but I'm also a member of CALDASH, and we are implementing EFQM. The European Foundation of Quality Management says there's a win-win relationship is very important. The companies, they operate within an ecosystem going forward. So OEM and suppliers should establish a win-win situation, set up an ecosystem, and to abide by rules, work on a rights-based fashion. So when we say main OEM and supplier, if there's a digital integration, actually suppliers are a little bit concerned. What will they see? And when they see what happens, how much will my profit go down? To what extent they will intervene in my internal affairs? It's not only about the OEM. Suppliers have their own suppliers, and they're trying to establish a win-win situation to the extent possible. It should be established. I was talking to Mahmoud Bey about the same question. He talked about his projects, and I said, Renault operates globally and in Turkey, and what is the take of Renault on digitalization and the blockchain phenomenon? So to establish this horizontal link, there are some blockchain-based pilot projects that you have mentioned. So, in this first round, let's talk about Renault's take on digitalization, and then continue where Alina left off. Maybe you have answers to the same question and that you would like to provide. Yes. Before we start, I will not go into money. I will not talk about money. Secondly, today's important day, we commemorate the great Turkish leader Mustafa Kemal Atatürk and want to pay tribute to him. What is the take of Renault? So we have a new strategy. I would like to start there. New vision. It's called Renaultology. Last January, it was the revolution strategy was put into practice. So rather than producing more cars, we're trying to produce more value, create more value. So this is the transformation process that our company is undergoing. And in this process, what is important is that instead of producing cars by using technology, we're trying to produce technology and use this technology in the cars that we produce. So we are structuring everything under this vision, because when you look at it from the angle of the customer, I mean, we are a customer of a car. If we're going to buy a car, you know, the market needs are changing very quickly and the requests are changing very quickly. They want to have more high-tech cars. You look at the commercials and ads, they're not talking about the engine power, they're talking about how many screens that it has inside. And want cars that can be accessed remotely, that there are more software in the car, so that we can access them remotely. For example, this is one problem that I would like to be solved. They don't want to take the car to the repair shop every time there's trouble, there is failure. So they want to solve it with the software. And then we talk about cybersecurity in cars and its importance gains when people. They want the cars to be hacked and crash against the fuel station, and so for cybersecurity gains importance when it comes to vehicles, and then interconnected cars. That's an important subject matter. Let's say, what I can say is, when there's an accident, they want the police to be informed right away. So, and people know your location via GPS right away. So that you can also connect via your cell phone to be able to do those. And then fifth, they want to have smarter cars, more apps like that can be expanded on, like cell phones. So based on these expectations, we are trying to digitize our cars in the background, and we're trying to we do the same for the production process and the supply chain, and that undergoes an important transformation right now. And as to how we go about this transformation, for example, interconnected factory premises. So we're working on this, and then interconnected labor force. That's also a must. Production engineers, maintenance engineers, working together. They use our own apps on our tablets. When there is a problem, they can solve these problems right instantaneously. And then remote maintenance. That's an important agenda item for us, because during the COVID era, I mean, we've experienced this. One of our lines failed, and people couldn't come from Sweden to maintain it. And so I think remote maintenance will solve and has solved many problems. On the other hand, data is very important. As Eric Renault, we are producing a car once every 53 seconds. And thousands of cars and engines. And when there's unplanned downtime, that's a problem. And then we talked about interconnected premises. We get our data somehow, but we have to make use of it in an accurate way. And both manufacturing data and supply chain data we need to make sense of, to come up with the right optimization, to bring the right product at the right time to the factory, to optimize stock levels. And so data and analytics will help us and helps us out in this regard a lot. And so we have many projects going on in this field. Maybe in the next round I can give details, because I can go on forever talking about this subject. So I talked about two headings, and now a third heading, which is very important, is which we work on this third issue together with our suppliers, and that most labor-intensive effort is the development of competencies of our people and cultural transformation. We may invest and come up with projects once, but if you don't tackle people, everything will remain up in the air. So digital transformation is not is not top-down for us. It should spread at the bottom and disseminate at the bottom, where we have a magnitude of projects that are directed from bottom to top. So it's like a journey from bottom to top, and other than all of those, subject is people, which is quite labor intensive, and the integration with innovation ecosystem in Turkey, our integration with the innovation ecosystem in Turkey. To give an example or several examples, last year we have listened to the solution of more than 200 technology companies. And in 2021, we want to accelerate our digital transformation and set up strategies accordingly. In 2020, I think we have run more than 80 digital transformation projects in our factory, excluding holidays. I think it's like a certain amount of projects per week. So in 2021, we pushed even more on the strategy, and as of September, we have run more than 160 projects on the shop floor that have to do with digital transformation. So how is that connected with the ecosystem? I mean, when we say supplier, they're not only providing spare parts to us or parts to us. They also we have companies that are providing technologies to us. They're also suppliers, and like you. Your company, you work with Arçelik, for example, so they may have come up with different solutions for different problems. We started a series of webinars last week because we couldn't come not face to face because of COVID. We had to transform ourselves, and it was a good practice. Since April, we've had 25 webinars and more than 70 techno-can companies and technology companies. They came to us not only to promote their company, and they showed us real examples, real projects that they implemented in other industries, not only automotive. We have our own horizon, but there are different other solutions that have happened, have been realized in other industries, and we have seen those. For ourselves. So this is how we work with suppliers. And you talked about blockchain last but not least. I would like to talk about our relationship with suppliers in that sense as well. The first industrial blockchain project, ICSIT, was started by Renault Group. We took a first step, and we will start implementing it in Turkey. What's the goal? The components that are produced by the suppliers and the test results of geometrical measurements of these parts, they will be connected to the bodywork of the car, and if there's a quality problem or an audit, if we want to access these data, once we pull the car, we will have access to the data instantaneously without having to ask anyone else. So we will know which components are involved and what the test results of these components are. And this is a serious ecosystem behind it. And we need to set up a consortium. We have technology partners. We have suppliers that will be part of the consortium. Co-innovation, Coşkun was involved as a partner. Forestia, an international company, important suppliers will probably become part of this large consortium. And to answer your concern about the fact that it's blockchain, it's to share the accurate information and not do it in an unnecessary way. And we have a clear framework of what we can share and what we cannot share. And last but not least, he talked about the ecosystem within the scope of Renault. We have our Renault Software Republic Open Innovation System. That's how it's microelectronics, autos, and so we have a mobility with software embedded in it, and cybersecurity like softwares will be developed. It's a joint ecosystem actually. We are working on how to expand it in Turkey. with this, if you don't act with your ecosystem, you can't transform yourself by yourself. It's not possible. I think I've exceeded the time given to me. I will listen to you with great pleasure. Industry 4.0. And which applications did I do and which is valid? There is no zero. All components come from suppliers and there's a certain tolerance. And if then that is then maybe different when the flash gap measurement, for example, on cars, the gap between the front and the rear door. This has become excellent. It has to be measured for control, and if necessary, it has to be adjusted. Before doing the adjustment, we need to match pieces to ensure parallelism, and these parts may come from other suppliers. And if they come with us with blockchain data, then you will have this perfect, excellent production at the required tolerances.
Doğru çalıştığını görüp ondan sonra herhalde.
We have to see that it works perfectly. Well, I can put it in this way. You produce a part, I can produce a part. While these parts are being produced, the data comes to us, and we would like to see when the finished car will look like. Rather than going back and taking action, rather than taking a reactive action, we would like to work in a proactive manner. So this is our plan for the midterm. Thank you very much for clarifying the picture. Now, you are a technology supplier. And you work with the suppliers. Do you see any risks with respect to this connection, this horizontal integration? From the perspective of suppliers, do you think that it poses a risk for suppliers? Before I answer that question, I would like to say that I really like the idea that Renault had introduced. Turkey Renault is a pioneer, and the world follows you. So this is great. So I now take over the floor and give the answer to your question. As Ivan mentioned, this is a very sensitive matter, but put it this way. In the relations between people, what do we expect? We have just one expectation, which is respect. Respecting the effort, the money earned, so to go up the ladder together with the other party. So if the parent industry kills the supplier, then it will have a bad impact on them. The relations should be based on a win-win principle. I know that this is not easy. I know that this is sometimes only a wish. I know that you make your calculations based on cents. As a supplier, the supplier should look into how efficiency could be increased by decreasing costs. Well, in the automotive industry, we know that the prices are increasing in the supplier's supply chain. So asking the supplier to further reduce the prices is expecting too much. And this is a supplier telling us that. Well, we are a supplier, not only for technology, but also for products. But mainly, we are a technology supplier. Well, if we were HSBC, people would always remember our names, but the name of our association is HKTM, which is Movement Control Technology market. We are not only talking about durable goods. We are present in 16 different sectors, including heavy industry and also plant automation and robotics solutions. Well, we're actually talking about the plant automation and robotics. Well, it also involves the heavy industry when I give you the examples. You cannot start the operation before the assembly starts. So we are acting as a whole. That's why we would like to offer all of the services under the same umbrella and give support through trainings to be able to meet all of the expectations of the customers. Because we're not doing the things just because we wanted to do it that way. We try to wear the shoes, put ourselves in the shoes of the customer and try to understand what they think. We do the same. Try to understand what they think. So this is the very essence of respecting the other party. Well, even if you represent a large company and expect the others to listen to what you say, you won't make any progress. You have to respect one another. There is a cartoon, as you know. Well, if somebody asks for a swing, it goes to design, something else comes up, production comes up with another thing, and the end customer at the end of the day finds something totally different from what was requested. So, we can discuss the issues so comfortably here today thanks to the phone calls of the moderator. Everything is based on preparation. That's why we have to learn to listen to one another. I had to pay a huge sum to learn it. Wow. I once trusted a supplier. I had great confidence in them. While I was invited to a dinner, and we were speaking German amongst ourselves. He said, "How much time do you need for preparation?" And we said to ourselves, "I will finish it in 3 weeks." And he said, "You didn't ask me," and he asked the question again. And then we looked at each other. We said 3 weeks. Well, you know, it took us 3 or 4 months, not 3 or 4 weeks, because we had some assembly problems. We had to remove things, install things again. I understood back then that it's very important to make preparation. That's why it's very important to listen. That's why we have to listen to you as your suppliers. And our request from you is there are engineering companies in Turkey. We're doing our best to achieve something. The main industry should not say, well, Italians do this, French do this, we'll pay and we'll get the product that we want. You should involve us as suppliers so that we also learn. We will do our own mistakes. We will learn by doing mistakes. Well, I always say that none of the solutions are a push-button solution. And there are, unfortunately, some who disregard the technology suppliers in Turkey. Thank you very much for having listened to the technology suppliers in Turkey, and you have been inspired by them. This dialogue is very important. I'd like to add something to this. In digital transformation, we do run projects. Why? Because we would like to produce, manufacture the car at the right time with the right cost. Another target that we have is to come up with the right solutions and spread it to the rest of the world. That's why we set up an innovation lab with the same mindset of a maker lab. In Tel Aviv, in the Silicon Valley, and Paris, there are labs, and our lab works with them. From the moment that we start to do the right thing, our target is to ensure that we share it with the global and ensure that it is used worldwide. Well, we miss Industry 3.0, and there's discussion about whether or not we would miss Industry 4.0. One of the advantages that digitalization offers is that we are integrated with the rest of the world. You said it, I didn't see it. By participating in a trade show in Japan, we can find out about their performance. Wow, Japan is one of the countries where we have the highest population, highest density of robotics. I would like to continue with you. In managing supply chains, how should companies benefit from digitalization improvement? This is your strength. Could you please tell us about this? Well, suppliers are expected to offer a certain quality of product. That's why they should be inspected. As Mahmoud said, the cost of the line stopping for 1 minute will cost a 2 or even 3-digit dollars. So we should make sure that the right part is produced at the right time and in the right manner. Therefore, in order for the OEM to meet the expectations, they have to go through very serious inspections in order to guarantee this. What kind of systems are in place? So one of the best ways of offering this is to work with a company that has set up the required digitalization process that can say, this is how I run my quality systems. And the IoT also collects the parameters, the process parameters from the machines. So when the OEM sets up such systems, then life is much easier for the supplier, and the supplier's customer customer's life is much easier. What is important here is, while the automotive industry would like to manufacture the car, the cheapest or the most affordable, the fastest car. In order to do that, the supplier should provide that manufacturer with an affordable part at the right time. The quality should be kept under control. If necessary, alarm systems should be triggered. And before the part is delivered to you, maybe you should get the parameters first. The manufacturing process is a very complicated one, so being able to track the part through its serial number is very important. All of the companies operating in this field should be able to provide it, because the ecosystem is strong with its strong partners. For example, the safety belt, the brakes, their data should be kept. That comes from the past. Maybe Mahmoud Bey, you can explain it much better than I do. Continuing from where we were left, could you please further explain it? Well, Some parts are tracked as a single part, and some are tracked based on the lot number. There are Excel sheets filled in. When there is a problem with the part, we hear company X recalling so many vehicles. So all the data have a time stamp. So lack of confidence, we cannot talk of lack of confidence any longer. If there's a problem with a part, we would just question the method. Well, we wouldn't call back 10,000 vehicles, but we have to know at that very moment how many cars specifically we should recall. Well, electric cars will be more on our agenda. Well, cobalt, for example, from which country that cobalt was obtained, from which country was it extracted, we should be able to track it. So, the innovation, the blockchain innovation will make life much easier for us. That's a project. And the second part about the supply chain is data. Data collection, attaching a meaning to it, and then being able to make the right anticipations about them. It's not something that we could do alone. It's something that we can do together with our suppliers. We should work with our partners using the data available to us, and then we should also work hard on creating a synergy. So, talking about the data, let me say one more thing. We say that human resources are, or human resource is very important. We now have a very sufficient human resource, the labor force. We used to say we don't have sufficient, but we now have sufficient human resource. We wanted to invest in data. Well, our level of know-how is even better than many European countries, but in terms of technological investment, we are a bit behind of this. We made an agreement with the University of Boğaziçi. 15 staff are receiving a training on data management. They came to us, we're working with Boğaziçi University, and then we make this project global. We are doing our best to make best use of what is available to us. There is one more project that I'd like to share with you, which we really enjoyed doing it. Digital transformation is actually becoming aware of things. Without becoming aware of things, it's impossible for us to manage it. That's why we're trying to disseminate the idea inside the plant. We organized workshops, trainings, and technology companies came to visit us. We said, let's start this digital transformation, not from the plant, but from the house. We held it twice before COVID. We hosted 180 children at the plant working on robotic coding, 3D modeling, and timber modeling. So, in the evening, we organized a family trip The climate in the factory was unbelievable throughout that week. The staff's approach to digital transformation changed. Well, our purpose was to incorporate those students into the mindset. If this has actually inspired a student for the future, this could be called a very successful project. You're telling great things. You have great projects. It's not only digitalization of the manufacturing. You are telling us that this is an ecosystem covering, including also the families. So this is a cultural transformation. People always say that the difficult one is to achieve cultural transformation. It's not only about becoming digital. Because you said ecosystem, let me say a few things about the ecosystem. When we say ecosystem, we don't only think about technology, companies, universities, incubators, incubation centers, and the entrepreneurs working there. They are all very important for us. We're working very hard to do things in an innovative manner, but there are other people who have devoted themselves in solving that problem. We work with the Mid-to Techno-Kent, and we also work with another entrepreneur hub. We offer mentorship to them. The entrepreneur has a solution in mind. They develop it, and then at the industry, they encounter certain problems and they work on it. We said, let's offer the mentorship from the very beginning. Let's open the innovation lab to their service. They should come and work here and come up with a product in one go, in one try. This will be a benefit to us because our problems will be solved. So, we have been in communication and in interaction with the ecosystem, trying to develop the system. This is a great project.
Tunç Bey, onto your automation industry 4.0, digitalization, that particular transition, what kind of preparations should be made for the purposes of automation? I feel that I am answering all these questions like a politician. And for the third question, I will follow the same method actually, because the things that are being said right now, I would like to have a little bit of addition here. Well, actually, it's quite important to own up to something, and you're actually doing it at the level of children at the moment. One thing I experienced, the best system, I did it and do and apply it. When you do it, it doesn't really work. It has to come from the very bottom of it. So a person coming up to you and saying, I did it, and then you say, congratulations, good for you, and then it goes over you, it goes beyond you. So it turns into an embraced system. This is something that I wanted to underscore. That's why it's quite important to invest in human. We are a member of ENOSAT. Why are we? Because industry and automation are the areas where we're working, and the investments that we're making, and where do we really stand vis-a-vis automation, and where do we stand vis-a-vis digitalization. We also measure ourselves. And we were talking about at our booth today, an Arçelik team came to visit us, Haldun, Ömer, Faruk, they were all with us. And I actually asked for a moment, I'm going to give examples from you. I asked for their approval and they approved. And they're quite transparent and they're quite open. You should just be open and you should just support the other. And this is how you can basically go beyond. So you cannot really hide what you're you're doing, and you can't really hide your own business. So now that I have the approval and consent, I'm actually sharing about it. Actually, our history with Arçelik starts 17 years ago. The first time we talked about the project, we had a very small workshop. Thank God they trusted us. It was a 1 million TL project, a bid from Italy, and 300 units of that were basically transferred to us. So 550 the units. This was the amount of reduction that they achieved. So engineering companies and engineering firms, and the fact that they developed actually brings in many benefits just like that, even if you don't acquire or procure anything. So this is why we need to experience these kinds of things. So we just didn't want to lose anything a little bit, but we still had a little bit of loss, but it was basically the cost of our learning. And next time we basically cut our costs. So these were basically the projects that we carried out. And the project that I want to give an example from was white goods from Arçelik. So let me diversify it a little bit. So it was actually a furnace project, and 4 meter to 15 meter was the size dimension of the line, and some of it was basically allocated to the dies. So in a way, assembly line was what we were supposed to create. And what we did was the MFTC, and it was a middle frequency and resilience welding technology. We wanted to connect them all, and then we were supposed to transfer it to the next line. So in total, 17 units made up the entire project. The one was an interim transfer, the other was assembly, testing, and welding lines. And in those lines, we needed to maximize the quality, and we wanted to eliminate all problems. So we carried out interim measurements. In terms of operations, we handled the entire process, like 20 centimeter diameter discs, and they were moving on a plate, a sheet, and they were basically making sure that the surfaces clinged to one another. And unfortunately, they were a little bit abrasive, so certain parts and pieces were stoned, and then the disc and the way it rotated, well, it had to change in functional terms. So the discs had to adapt to this change. So this was the automation line and the scenario that we had. Well, for sure, there was ERP communication so that work orders could be created, and the process could be transferred to the entire system. Of course, you'd have many things to share at the moment. We were preparing the infrastructure, and for digitalization, as you said, when a failure takes place in that particular place, for that you need data, because it doesn't really matter for you to collect irrelevant data. You need to look into data for which there is preliminary preparation. You need to collect it, and you need to then anticipate what was there, what was in front of you. And one thing that really struck me was as machine learning was something, a buzzword, and I tended to think that machines were going to take over everything, but it was ignorant of me because it wasn't really a thing. Machine learning versus machine memorizing. If you did that, you can't really get out of it, and it could really result in many mistakes. So real time or almost accurate data is quite important, but 100% memorizing is not what I'm talking about here. And digitalization, how do you add digitalization on top of automation? What else can you add, and what else can you do? This is what we're looking into right now, and this is where working together comes into play. Thank you very much, Tunç, and Aylin has also been adding up a lot of comments, but unfortunately our time is about to be up right now. From Aylin, apologies, but is there anything that you'd like to add? And after that, well, I'll be glad, actually. Well, the thing is, we're talking about great work, we're talking about great efforts. These are quite pleasurable to be hearing about. But one thing that I'd like to point your attention to, yes, operators, important employees, especially blue collar, that part is quite important in digital transformation. What's more important than that is as follows. Digitalization, what we call as digitalization, how should it start and how should it continue? First of all, enterprises should become proactive. This is what we need to work towards. One thing that I'd like to underscore, production operations and its flows. When we digitize them, one thing we see is as follows. The loss of time in operations, 80% of that is related with planning. So machine failures aren't really associated with that, but everybody is focused on maintenance, predictive maintenance. When you have predictive maintenance, the thing that you're going to earn is only going to equal 20% of your losses. 80% is related with your inaccurate planning in operations. So manufacturing execution system or manufacturing operations management system, once you deploy it and once you focus on the orders and deliveries, and unless you basically follow it real time, you cannot really achieve more than 20% when it comes to compensating for your losses. First of all, industrialists should be aware of that. And if there is any opportunity, I would really like to pay a visit to your own premise, to your plant, and maybe in the following panel, we can talk about what Renner could do. I really would like to do it sincerely because many industrial enterprises are working with suppliers as they are trying to minimize the costs of suppliers. Suppliers have great or incredible operational management processes, but the main industry of automotive does not really equal that. This is an observation that I'd like to share, and then we'll talk about the rest after that. Sure. Well, this is something that we can talk about afterwards. And blue collar that I'm talking about and digital transformation, how can we really execute that? How can we really implement that? Blue collar, for sure, we can start from home. We can start the digitization at home. But digitization is not, well, if you can offer digitization as a benefit, it's great. Because the data that is collected, first of all, operators see that this is what you do. This is what you do in your tasks. And when they have this data, they then have all these ideas that I can do this, I can do that. So digitization, well, you do it centrally and you do it in a manner to offer it only to the white collar. It's not that. We basically deploy and disseminate that data to everybody. So in a way, there's a democratization of data. This is a project that we carry out actually. Well, we have limited time period at the moment, but Mahmut Bey, this has given a chance for Mahmut to have a say. Well, because the predictive maintenance has been something that they touched upon a lot. Well, for the last round, there are certain catchphrases like Industry 4.0 is one of them, and predictive maintenance is also a catchphrase in a way. And yes, we need to be headed towards that. And some enterprises may be involved in that. There are innovative efforts to this end and planning. And a certain level has been attained already, but not every supplier is doing that. It's impossible to say it. And once it is the case, well, you may have experienced that actually digitization, once an enterprise is digitized, this value can sometimes be over 100%. Is this really possible? No. Maybe this is related with planning. Now that Murat is here, maybe he's asking why we're still here. No, I'm going to be here till the morning. Well, we can make up for it on Saturday if you wish. Well, this is something prepared by Murat Bey. Aylin Hanım, this is a donation of saplings. Mahmut Bey, thank you very much. You've come all the way from Bursa because these are all the topics and themes that we can talk till the morning. Thank you very much, Murat. Thank you very much.
Benimki de sağ olsun. Teşekkürler. Çok sağ olun.
Teşekkür ederiz.
Teşekkürler. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
Efendim çok keyifliydi.
Evet. Ben çok şey öğrendim. İyi ki gelmişsiniz.
I've learned a lot.